There are three categorised climbs to be negotiated at Frizz Hill, Fant Hill and Sunrising Hill, but the real test comes when the race reaches Burton Dassett Country Park. The riders face 3 laps of a circuit that includes a 1.5 kilometre Cat 2 climb with the finish line at the top of the final ascent. It should produce some spectacular racing. All right then, Danny, now we're standing here in the sunshine, still feeling as confident as you have been up until now. You've been predicting a Brennan victory. Now you're here?
I'm confident.
You're going to go with it?
Momentum, confidence, he's got it.
All right. It's going to be fascinating. There is a lot to look forward to today. Stage 4, as we have been saying, is where the race changes shape completely. The general classification picture is going to take a shake-up today, and it's going to look very different by the end of today's day racing. Don't miss a thing. It's the halfway point of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men, and it's the day where everything is going to take a big shake-up in the race. A long stage, stage 4, is 186.9 kilometres in length, and it ends at the top of the climb to Burton Dassett, where Mathieu van der Poel won in 2019. This was yesterday's stage, though, and it was the final one of a triptych of bunch sprints, all of which were dominated by Visma Leasebike. Into Amt Hill and a downhill finish towards the line, though. The race leader, Olaf Koy, looked over his shoulder and found his young charge, Matty Brennan, the British sprinter, on his wheel and locked and loaded. Olaf Koy then led Brennan out to 150 metres, and after that moment it was a foregone conclusion and just a matter of how big the victory would be for the young British sprinter. Win number 12 for Brennan in an astonishing 2025. This young rider has eyes, though, on the general classification of this stage race. That opening shot, the first warning shot, fired across the bows of his opponents in Amt Hill yesterday, and Visma Leasebike have made it 3 out of 3. Brennan moving up into second place ahead of Alberto Dainese in third, but Olaf Koy continuing, at least for today, in the general classification lead. Well, for a change, bright sunshine down at the start line in Atherstone as Picnic PostNL and UAE Team Emirates line up on the front. The weather forecast is set fair. We should have a dry race, mostly sunny today, with a real sting in the tail. Total of 6 categorised climbs as well on offer today, and almost certainly there will be some splits in the general classification by the time we reach the finish line. Let's have a look at stage 4. Stage 4 is the longest of this year's tour at 186.9 kilometres. Starting in the historic market town of Atherstone, the riders will head south through Warwickshire, passing through the hamlets of Furness End and Kites Hardwick, before reaching the intermediate sprint at Covington. There are 3 categorised climbs to be negotiated at Frizz Hill, Fant Hill and Sunrising Hill, but the real test comes when the race reaches Burton Dassett Country Park. The riders face 3 laps of a circuit that includes a 1.5 kilometre Cat 2 climb with the finish line at the top of the final ascent. It should produce some spectacular racing. Well, it is the midway point in this 6-day stage race that started on the North Sea coast and will finish in the Welsh capital of Wales. We move into the county of Warwickshire, where Atherstone is looking ready to see the riders off on stage 4 in glorious sunshine. It's the first real punchy test for the general classification riders in this race. The scene is set, the anticipation levels are high for today. Atherstone to Burton Dassett Hills Country Park in a famous, almost iconic finish in the Tour of Britain men. Last time we raced here, a certain Mathieu van der Poel rode to victory in 2019. Who's going to be the next rider to taste victory on this very, very distinctive stage? And will Olaf Koy in the leader's jersey still be in that jersey at the end of the day? All to play for then. Let's get over to your race commentators, Lizzie Deignan and Marty McDonald.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along. What a beautiful sunny day we have here in the medieval market town of Atherstone. And the riders on the start line. So Olaf Koy in that green jersey as race leader. Alongside him is Ben Chilton. So we'll see what the young British rider can do today in terms of defending that King of the Mountains jersey. And all the fans out in force, ready for the departure. And Lizzie, motivation just on a day like this when you've had 2 days, you know, we've just had days of really savage weather. This just must just bring you joy when you're sitting on the start line like this.
Yeah, it's just so much easier. You don't have to, you know, consider all the extra clothing, even the extra food. It's easier for the staff as well. So yeah, everybody likes to race in the sunshine.
And the staff thing as well, we were chatting a bit about it yesterday, but you know, for them as well, when they're kind of facing a day standing out in the rain essentially as well, and they're the first ones up as we roll away for our neutralised section here out of Atherstone, but they're the first ones up in the morning and the last ones to go to bed at night as well. And if you've been soaking wet all day as well.
Yeah, they work incredibly hard, and when you have riders that have got extra kit because it's, you know, got wet all day, that just, you know, it's a few extra loads of washing. And things like preparing things like cups of tea for the riders in the race. Bidons are often with hot drinks as well. So there's a lot of extra work that goes in on a rain day.
And today's stage, it is a stage, you know, when we roll out, we remember this of a real sort of breakthrough year for Mathieu van der Poel back in 2019, and it's quite the finish is quite a complex climb in terms of its run-in, and we're gonna climb it 3 times. What's your feeling on the early part of the day in terms of breakaway that we might see?
I would expect that teams are going to want to launch some riders in front of the race so that when the leaders go, potentially Remco, you know, Quickstep might be interested in having somebody up the road so that he can jump across to them and has some support on the circuits in the final. I would expect that it will still be an aggressive race at the start. It's still within people's interest to be up and in a breakaway.
And is it also that case as well of riders that are not maybe that confident in terms of 3 ascents of this climb, given what we affectionately call a bit of drift room?
Absolutely. You want to try and be ahead of the fireworks if you're somebody who knows that they're going to struggle with those initial attacks that are going to come from the GC riders. So if you're a domestic, if you're a rider that's not going for the GC, it's all about trying to preempt those attacks, be in front of them, so then you can still be useful into the final.
And on the rollout, good opportunity for riders just to catch up with each other on the rollout to kilometre 0. They've got 8.3 kilometres of neutralised section this morning. Ben Chilton in the blue jersey as King of the Mountains. And that jersey for him yesterday, listening to his interview, it kind of came by default. It wasn't something he was actually targeting yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that mountains competition take off yet. It's kind of been a bit of a byproduct of the riders being in the breakaway. Obviously today there are a lot more points available, so I think we will see a change in that. It'll be a bit of a long shot for him to hold on to it, given the fact that the climbs come at the end, so they're also part of the stage, and I think it's still, though, it's a great thing for him to be wearing that, to be at the start of the race, to be recognised for his efforts, and yeah, I think we'll see that mountain competition hot up today.
And in terms of for Ben Chilton and other riders that are now, they're kind of going, the route that they're taking into professional cycling is the one that was, as we go past all the schools, it's great to have all the kids out, but the pathway that riders like Ben are taking into the pro ranks is kind of where they were in sort of when I was growing up in terms of going to France, finding a team in France, rather than coming through that track program that kind of after sort of London 2012, that kind of thing, everyone seemed to, that was the only route through for British riders, but it's kind of going back old school a little bit, would you say? I
would say that route has always been there. You've just had, you know, the famous faces of Cav and G, etc., who went through that path, but there has certainly been lots of professional riders over the last 10 years who've stuck to that traditional path, you know. Not every single successful rider has gone through the British cycling programme. I would say there's been an equal amount of guys who've made it on the road, doing it their own way, because it is different. If you weren't a track rider as a young teenager, then it didn't make sense to stay on that programme. So there are still riders who've gone it alone and made it.
I mean, Tom Pidcock's probably a really good example of that in terms of going over to Belgium and the cyclocross and multi-discipline and the way he's approached it as well. So, yeah, definitely. The riders are on the rollouts. Kilometre 0, big day awaits. So we're getting the riders around the back of the car here. Olaf Koy and Ben Chilton just having a little catch-up in the centre. Thoughts on Olaf Koy today in terms of how he might approach this finish?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do. I mean, he has nothing to lose by trying to go as deep into the race as possible. Obviously, we know the shift now as the focus will go to Matthew Brennan, and he is their hope for GC as well. So he's got 2 stages in the bag. But like I say, he has nothing to lose by trying to go as deep as he can into the race and support Matthew Brennan.
And sprinters as well, when you look at a lot of sprinters, you know, I mean, if we kind of use a really one of the most versatile riders in cycling, men's and women's, is Lorena Vibas.
Yeah.
You know, and if you look at her as a sprinter, and we kind of always think of sprinters as, okay, flat. Sprinters, it's just flat, that's all they can do. But that's not the case. And riders like Olaf, you know, would have grown up, and Andre Greipel was a great example of this. Whenever he got in a break or managed to do something else, he was like, well, I had to do everything when I was growing up. So we kind of look at a lot of the successes that someone like Olaf Koy has, but then we have to think of what he would have been kind of coming into pro ranks and being able to handle a finish like this.
Yeah, you have to be a versatile sprinter these days, because I think the real out-and-out sprints that we used to see in the past, the traditional sprint races, there are less and less. Races are becoming more dynamic now. I think there's still room for the pure sprinter. And somebody like Koy, he's incredibly fast, but I think you're right. I think he might be a little bit more versatile than some pure sprinters.
Remco Evenepoel just having a chat alongside Pello Bilbao. Pello Bilbao for me is a sleeping giant in this race, because no one is talking about Pello Bilbao from Bahrain victorious.
Yeah, and he's obviously an incredible GC rider. He's had brilliant success at the Tour de France in the past, winner of a stage in the Tour de France, top 10 in the GC in the Tour de France. So he's got the credentials to be able to do something. I mean, I would say that he's more of a pure climber. You can see just by his physicality, you know, he's a very small, lean rider. Whether he has the power to match the punch of somebody like Evenepoel, who's riding next to him there, is yet to be seen.
But we'll keep a start. I'm going to keep a start by Pale Bilbao today. We kind of, as well, as commentators, we love an unusual prediction, and we always love it when it comes to fruition.
I mean, I think he has the potential to do something tomorrow, but whether he can, avoid losing any time today, it's still, although the final climb is short, it's possible to lose 10, 20 seconds on a climb like that. So that will be vitally important tomorrow.
We saw Remco Evenepoel really kind of mixing things up yesterday as well. We saw him as well, so he got away and also was leading out for Luc Lampierre as well yesterday into the finish, which is always good to see.
Yeah, he has the ability, the physical ability to do a job like that yesterday and not be worried about how it will affect his chances today. I mean, the stage was relatively short yesterday. They were only racing for 2.5 hours, so he will have had the ability to recover easily from those efforts.
And for Luc Lamperti from the USA, I mean, again, he's a young rider, 22, and it's sort of, I think they went up the inside yesterday, and we saw where Affini came through in that lead out, came sweeping sort of round the left-hand side of the lead out yesterday. So Lamperti probably didn't get the run off the back of Remco's lead out that he needed.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult to compete with Visma Leasebike yesterday, but he was in the mix, and we'll see what he's able to do today.
So the riders, you can see Julien Alaphilippe towards the back. Stage 4 of the Lloyds Tour men on the rollout here. Our neutralised section, 8.3 kilometres in length. They've got a long day today, 186.9 kilometres. in Chiltern here. Good to see the young British rider kind of getting into the spotlight. Picnic Posten out in the orange and blue colours. They've got Oscar Onley, who they will be watching out for come the finish, we are sure, for Oscar Onley. And I thought it was quite interesting yesterday to see Oscar Onley trying to sneak into a breakaway. It was a little cheeky move early on.
Yeah, it was a cheeky move. I think the fact that he slipped into that move without Visma Leasebike really having control over it meant that actually the breakaway then formed pretty quickly, because Visma Leasebike were under pressure and realised the best thing actually is to have a safe breakaway as soon as possible that doesn't include somebody like Oscar Onley. So
yeah, you don't want someone like Oscar Onley to ride away, take a large amount of time if you're trying to target this race. And it is harder, isn't it? Because, you know, if a rider does sneak into a minute gap in a Grand Tour is not like a minute gap in a week-long stage race, is it, in terms of trying to pull that time back?
No, I think this race will come down to seconds rather than minutes in the final GC. So, yeah, everything has to be held much tighter, and we've seen that over the last few days. Visma Leasebike haven't really given the break any room. I think the biggest gap we've seen is about 1 minute 45, so they've really kept the break on a tight leash.
So just looking from the aerial shot here, Andreas Lachnesson in that Norwegian champs jersey, the red with the white and blue cross on his back. Watch out for him today. Wearing that red jersey, Alberto Dainese from Tudor Pro Cycling. Got a great finish yesterday, Dainese. Great lead out from Matteo Trentin into up that final climb. Yeah,
he did. It was funny watching it back, actually. I could see that Trentin showed a bit of frustration there, because he did get the perfect lead out, and unfortunately he dropped a wheel in the final and wasn't able to pull off the win. But I think he did a good job, and he's had the backing of Tudor Pro Cycling all week. It'll be interesting to see what they do today. I would have thought that they would want a rider in the breakaway, and that they'll try and play a bit more of an aggressive game today.
I think so too. For me, the other rider that we need to watch out for today is Matteo Trentin, because I remember when I was commentating the Mathieu van der Poel win in 2019, and I was saying to you when we were driving down in the car, don't ask me what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I could remember, I could picture Matteo Trentin on the climb, and when we watched it back, he was right on Van der Poel's wheel the whole way up that final climb, and he finished second.
Yeah, he did an incredible effort. I mean, what we do have to bear in mind is, you know, that was 6 years ago now. So the confidence that comes from that, knowing that he's been able to do that effort though and stay on, you know, the best rider in the world's wheel up there, does have an impact. And it would be great to see him come away with the result today.
Yeah, for me, Matteo this year as well, and you look at that lead out, yesterday we saw him also trying to get into the breaks. I feel that Tudor Pro Cycling for both Matteo Trentin and Julien Alaphilippe, it's kind of been this sort of breath of fresh air that they needed in their careers.
Yeah, they both look like they're racing with freedom, like with no fear of failure. They have to race a little bit differently at this stage in their career. They have to take chances, and that's what we've seen them doing.
What a day. I was just letting you enjoy the noise. It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, that is brilliant.
Yeah. A lot of happy faces there. That's a big old crowd they've got this morning on the rollout. That's great.
Yeah, they're all doing a great job of cheering there, and hopefully, you never know, one of these children in the future might take up cycling just because of this day. It is about you can't be what you can't see, and not everybody is exposed to professional cycling. You know, I remember as a child, I had no idea it even existed. So, you know, every one of those children now knows that professional cycling is out there and to be enjoyed.
It's quite a colourful roadshow as well, isn't it?
It's really exciting. Yeah, I mean, my son came to watch me this year in a race. He was more excited by the police motorbikes, but still, it's an exciting thing for kids to watch.
As Lizzie said, hopefully there is a future champion. Well, because what you want is for them to all go home, get on their bikes, have a little race around.
I don't even think it's about having a future champ there. It's more about just, you know, them being interested and intrigued and thinking, oh, actually, I could ride my bike too.
And there's so many as well. We mentioned Tom Pidcock and his route in via cyclocross, and him and his family, they would drive to Belgium on a Friday night. Cameron Mason would do the same from Scotland. Him and his dad would get the ferry as far as they could across to the Netherlands and race. And the same goes for the mountain biking as well. And BMX is a brilliant way into cycling. And a lot of our sprinters as well, they grew up racing in BMX and started out in BMX. Yeah,
I really liked what the Glasgow World Championships did a few years ago. They had all of the disciplines together for one World Championships, and it was a brilliant expose of all the different disciplines that are involved in cycling. So there's so many different disciplines in cycling that people just don't have any clue about. So exposing fans to the sport with as many different disciplines as possible is a great initiative.
And I was really lucky last year. I went to the Grand Fondo World Championships in Denmark. They asked me if I'd come over and be the announcer there. And up until I went there, because it's, if anyone wants to do a sportif and that kind of event, it's not technically a race. There was a few when you had 300 18 to 34-year-olds heading off for the men's race. It seemed like there was a fair bit of competitive.
Yeah, I would say so.
We had you know, there was let's just say there was a few little dings on the run out, for want of a better word. But that again for me was seeing a different world as well, in terms of, because, you know, we had a lady there from the USA. She was I want to say she was 83. She averaged over 30 kilometers an hour in her individual time trial. She finished the road race as well, and was you know, similar. And to meet someone like that as well, for me, and that sort of, I'm chatting to a lot of the riders, and they were pros, you know, 30, 40, you know, plus years ago, and and that for me was again another eye opener, because when I met and her family were there, and her great grandkids. Some of them, I think, they had my grandma's faster than your grandma t-shirts, which I loved. But again, that for us as cyclists as well, it's that side of the sport as well, which I think is really, really special. There was, I want to say, maybe 4,500 people from all over the world just coming together to do the Grand Fondo World Championships, which is essentially, you know, the Grand Fondo Worlds of all just going for a ride together, and I loved it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how, and gravel as well is the other area of cycling, which I really love to see all the different.
Yeah, I mean, it's really developing as well, isn't it, into a much bigger sector of the sport.
Yeah, your M+1 now in terms of bikes should be a gravel bike. It's like a Swiss Army knife of bikes. A bit like I've had a gravel bike my whole life. I just rode my cyclocross bike all year round. So Rod Ellingworth is out. He'll be happy today. It's not quite so rainy and chilly for Rod today.
Yeah, it's a better job for him today.
Yeah, we need to get him a bigger flag. You know, I think I think we need to start a GoFundMe page for Rod's flag, like for next year.
See Ben Swift on the left there. He looks happy.
Looks like it. Do you think Swifty up for it? Give it a little nudge here to get in the break? It'd be a good day for Swifty.
Yeah, you never know. I just think it's really impressive, the longevity of his career as well. You know, I saw him in the airport a couple of months ago. I think it was on our way to Milan-San Remo, and he just seems like he just still really enjoys the bike, and he wants to continue as long as he possibly can. And to have somebody like that in the team who is still really positive and committed and a brilliant teammate is a real asset for Ineos.
And you can't underestimate Ben Swift, because his versatility as a rider as well, and his racing mindset, and also to have that continued positivity as well, because it's a tough sport, isn't it? It's a tough sport to just keep going year after year after year.
It is, and particularly the fact that the level is getting harder and harder, and obviously, unfortunately, as you get older, your level starts to go down. But he is still a consummate teammate, and he's had an incredible career himself. I think he's been on the San Remo podium 2 or 3 times. He never quite pulled it off, but that's an impressive feat to be somebody who's stood on the Milan-San Remo podium more than once. So he's a brilliant rider in his own right, as well as a great teammate.
And the advice that he will pass on to everyone else within the team. We had, say, 113 starters on the route today, and the heightened increased motivation to get in that early break today, given that the sun is shining.
The sun is shining, and you know that you want to get out there before the fireworks kick off, and to give yourself a chance. Be interesting for me to see what Lidl Trek do today. They haven't got anything out of this race yet, and I think their best chance is to go in a breakaway. 3
kilometre 0, and let's go racing. And straight away, Lotto, Great Britain, and 2 members of the Team Flanders Baloise team going on the attack.
It's like they always attack in pairs. It's amazing that, sometimes you'd see your teammate heading up the road and you think, oh, I better not go because I'll neutralise that. Nobody wants 2 teammates up the road, but they seem to pull it off.
They did. Josh Goliker here from the Great Britain national team. He's already been in the move on day 1. We did see Ben Chilton trying to come across as well, our King of the Mountains leader. And that jersey can be a bit of a double-edged sword, can't it, sometimes? Because the King of the Mountains starts going and everyone's like, maybe not,
Yeah, maybe not, but I don't think that anybody would see him as a real threat just yet. It was a perfect launch pad, straight out of neutral. It went uphill, so that will have hurt a few people who didn't warm up properly.
So we've got another little group. The pressure just goes off the front of the peloton here, and we've still got that little move. Bahrain victorious, just trying to come across here. See now, Quick Step in the blue colours. It just kind of sews that group back up. It was Rory Townsend that was trying to come across there. So Townsend looking to maybe sneak into a little move today, the Irish champion. His first flurry of attacks yesterday's first move. As I said, Bauke Mollema was our first attacker of the day yesterday. Clearly, Team Lotto have been tasked to make sure they get away again today.
Yeah, he's just keeping the pressure on there. You know, he could feel that there was potential for a breakaway to be let go. It just needs the right makeup of riders. So if you're on the front end, you can feel that there's that momentum. Sometimes you just keep the pressure on. He might not be thinking about himself getting in the breakaway, but if he knows he has a teammate 5-6 riders behind that can launch off the front, then he keeps the pressure on.
So the race definitely on here today. 185.4 kilometres to go. We're through kilometre 0, and we have 6 King of the Mountains and 1 intermediate sprint along the route. The first of them will come with 101.8 kilometres to go in Cuppington. Rory Townsend just on the right there, just trying to get into the move. He's had some good opening day sprints as Rory Townsend, but Team Flanders Baloise, a bit of a shift from them. Yesterday we saw them trying to work for Tom Crabbe yesterday, but it's
yeah, I mean,
business as usual.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, Matthew Brennan is also young enough to be in the young rider jersey, so I think they held on to it yesterday. They did another great performance yesterday, but the objective of trying to hold on to that young rider's jersey is unrealistic, and they've obviously changed their tactics and decided to go again for the breakaway.
So big, sizable group. Do you feel it could be a day for a much bigger breakaway today?
I don't think so. You know, the peloton is still relatively small in terms of being able to control. So no, I would still expect that. You can see that there's still an element of deciding who's allowed into the breakaway, the bunching up of the peloton, and then somebody decides that actually that's not quite right. So it doesn't look to me like there'll be a big breakaway.
It's insured for replacement value.
Rory Townsend going on the attack. Irish national champion for Q36.5. Josh Goliker, and you always sense this, don't you, with this early move, and it does look like the bus has been parked across the front of the peloton now, but you do see riders like Rory, like Josh, that are just multiple moves, just ducking and diving, trying to make sure that they get into it.
Yeah, well, you know, he would have been given that role in the team meeting, that he needs to be in the early breakaway to protect the other riders in his team. So it's worth making those extra efforts in the beginning to make sure that he is where he needs to be. It
is, because there's the debrief afterwards. You know, like, as their boss, as their everyone, I was definitely in the move.
So you can see now that, again, a 4-man breakaway has been allowed the space to go. When there was 2 riders from Lotto, 2 riders from Baloise, the peloton felt that was too dangerous, so they've been let off the leash with 4. So it'll be a long day for them again.
It will indeed. So just now in the move. So Rory Townsend, Josh Goliker, and they have it. And the Unibet Titema Rockets also trying to come across the gap here. So one of the active attackers of this race so far.
Yeah, it's the same teams really, isn't it? Each day that have been in the breakaway. So teams with similar tactics each day, it looks like.
So good to see them trying to come across here. That would give us 5 in front and 5 strong teams. But it is, as we said, it is a long old day today to go in the breakaway this early as well.
It is, yeah, but they're offering protection to their riders behind. You know, as long as they're there, then their teams don't have to do any work in the chase. And, you know, they potentially, even if it's, you know, only a kilometre of work in the final, at least they are able to offer some support, because it's inevitable that a lot of riders will get dropped on those climbs. So to preempt it, to be in front of it and be able to offer some assistance after to their GC leaders is what they're trying to do.
You can see the shape of the peloton. When the peloton bunches up like this, it means that the peloton are happy with the composition of the breakaway and will allow them to go clear. So you can see all the teams on the front. Flanders Baloise just policing for their rider that's in the breakaway. Picnic Postanel, Bahrain Victorious, Ineos Grenadiers, the Lotto rider just on the extreme right as well. He's got a teammate up there. So Josh Goliker, I think it's Cedric Berlands of Lotto, and Rory Townsend. Just get a closer look of who it is from Team Flanders Baloise. It's either Elias Maris or Siva de Weert, I think, that we've got in here for Flanders Baloise. ...181 kilometres to go here on our first big general classification shake-up day we expect here on the Lloyds Tour Britain. Stage 4 from Atherstone to Burton Dassett Hills at Country Park. The breakaway group has 28 seconds over a peloton that now seem happy to let them go. Going in there as well. 166 is our rider there. It's Victor Vakuli, actually. He's made it back in. He's been on break already. I didn't recognise him. And it is our Lotto rider. It is Cedric Berlands that's in there. For Lotto. Victor Vakuli, Josh Goliker, and Rory Townsend. So second day in the breakaway for Vakuli. And then if we go back to our chaser, it's Zeb Kiffin. So Zeb Kiffin of the Unibet Titema Rockets. So a lot of discussion now going on the front. We'll see. It'll be interesting now to see what sort of gap they're given today. This was the moment where our break did get clear. Josh Goliker and Rory Townsend, multiple little attempts that they have. They almost crept away by stealth there in terms of the way they got off the front.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be given some space given the kind of riders that they are. They still, you know, they're still within 20 seconds of the general classification, so that will mean that, you know, they're not given too much space at the end, but within 20 seconds, anybody is a threat.
Zeb Kiffin, it was just that fraction too long that he kind of waited before he went here. So because the gap's now gone out to 1:20, it's a bit of a lonely ride when you're in this position.
Yeah, he's in no man's land there, unfortunately for him.
Rory Townsend, Victor Vakuli, Cedric Berlands, and Josh Goliker are our 4-rider leading group. Our Shimano neutral service car about to drop in behind them. They have been kept busy this week, the Shimano neutral service car. A left turn. And Rory Townsend, the Irish national champion, twice national champion for Ireland. Victor, winner recently of the Hamburg Cycle Classic, where he pulled off one of those coups that we love. Just the charge from the sprinters to Rory Townsend, and they literally caught him right on the line, but he still hung on.
Hung on.
Those are those moments, because the amount of times we see riders get caught on the line or in sight of the line by sprinters, which I think that's what made that win even more special.
Even more special, absolutely.
In the position now that Zeb Kiffin is in, it's how long do you decide? He's got 26 seconds. How long do you keep trying to and get? Because the trouble is now he's a minute and a half off the front of the bunch, but 27 seconds is still a considerable margin. It's too close on your own when they're in let's get this breakaway away kind of mode.
Yeah, I think this comes down to his sports director at this point deciding whether to call it quits or to give him the green light to carry on. It's very difficult in his position to know what the best thing to do is, and I think the responsibility of that comes down to the DS. Probably the smartest decision is to go back to the peloton, and they will restart their tactical game with a different rider later on in the race. They'll have to rethink it.
So plenty of encouragement from the side. He is gradually now just eating into that gap. But that is that question. But the gap now over 2 minutes. So that decision now, I think for the Titema Rockets, for me, I feel that the sort of whole persona of that team isn't, I'm going to go back to the bunch. The whole boat, there's like, right. You know.
Yeah.
There's sort of that, to me, they feel like the sort of the Marauders. They're doing everything different, you know. And I think he will try.
I think you can see here he's asking, what do you want me to do?
For them as well, it could be just sit there, you know, you go going. And it's the whole, like, I know I've said it before, the purple blue bikes, everything. They are one of the most interesting teams in the world of cycling. They're doing a great job. And Unibet coming in as a sponsor. Basti Tamer, who set up the team, they're funded by their YouTube channel as well, which is again, it's great. And I love all the behind the scenes films that the teams do, and getting a glimpse. You get a much better glimpse of the personalities and everything that goes into a team like that.
Yeah, they do a really good job of doing that, and they're not following the traditional path of what a pro cycling team does. They're trying to rewrite the script, and so far they've done a brilliant job, and it's great to see that, you know, they've signed an incredible rider for next season, so it'll be interesting to see how they develop.
So just the car coming past, 42 seconds is the gap. So losing time here at the moment to the break is Zeb Kiffin. And it's that, I suppose, when you're in that position as well, Lizzie, in terms of when you're stuck in that gap, it's that power calculation of how much energy you're using just sat in no man's land.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate for him. He's got 4 riders ahead of him who will, you know, every time they come off the front, they're getting a break, they're getting some relief. He is just consistently on the pedals, and I think it's an impossible task right now.
I mean, we have seen riders before that just end up sitting out there all day. You know, I mean, that's a tough call when the director's like, right, the team's on TV, you just keep riding.
Well, that's it, yeah. He's still getting TV time, isn't he? We're still talking about his team and his sponsors, so is that better than being anonymous in the peloton?
And then in the team meeting tonight, it's the debrief. It's like, right, we've got to be with them when they go tomorrow. We've got to be there. We've got to be there when the breakaway goes. Back to the peloton. Tim Thorn-Teutenberg there, wearing 34 for the team of Lidl Trek. Just ahead of him, Matthew Brennan in the white jersey with the yellow and black helmet for Visma Lease Bike. And you've got, I mean, we look at yesterday, and it's a good opportunity now that Matt Brennan is just there. But it's a great opportunity to talk about the tactics and the confidence, but also it was an unusual, sort of almost unusual in the world of cycling to hear from him saying that, okay, we heard on before day 1, first 2 stages for Olaf, stage 3, they're going to give me a chance. It's one thing to do it, it's another thing to do it after Olaf's won twice, but also to hear that they said, we can't take you to your home tour and not win something. I mean, for me, that was a really refreshing thing to hear.
Yeah, particularly from a team like Visma Lease Bike, who seem like they're just so sort of structured and in control and very methodical with the way they approach races and win races. So yes, it was a really impressive thing to do. I think, you know, he's not a risk, is he? He's not an option B. He's a proven winner. I was surprised. It wouldn't be, I think, within the teams that I've raced for, something that I would expect. So it's a different attitude and a great attitude to have. And Coy did a phenomenal job for him and delivered him.
He did indeed. It's for me, Matt Brennan, and listening to the conversations that we're having this week, he's got a very calm demeanor, a really kind of calm confidence about him.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Visma Lease Bike are in a sort of luxury position where wins are, you know, quite often there for them. It's not that they're in a desperate situation, which some teams are for a win. So there's no risk in terms of losing a win for them. They can afford to take a different approach, give Matthew Brennan the opportunity, and he oozes confidence. He's had a phenomenal season. I think we're up to 12 wins this season now after yesterday, so it's understandable that he has that confidence, and without any pressure really. He seems like he's young enough and in it and performing well enough that the team seem to just be happy with the progress he's making, obviously, and he doesn't seem to take the pressure in a negative way. It all seems very positive at the moment.
Some beautiful shots there of Max Stoke Castle, completed in 1345. It's one of the oldest privately owned, continuously habited castles in England. It's got a moat. I'd love that. You could swim laps around that in the morning, wouldn't you? If you have your own castle with a moat around it. I love that. 105 is the gap from our 4-rider breakaway group: Rory Townsend, Josh Golliker, Cedric Burland, and Victor Vakuli. 4 minutes and 2 now back to the peloton.
This is the biggest break we've seen all week.
Yeah, the gap's gone out quickly, and again, more towards the parkour, the route that we have today in its severity.
Yes, and the directors in the cars will know all of the riders in front. They'll have assessed what kind of risk they pose to the general classification, and they'll have decided that actually we don't need to worry about these riders, and we can afford to let them get some space and start our tactical game a little bit later.
And that's not in terms of looking at those riders and letting Scapco. That's no disrespect to the riders.
No, not at all.
The breakaway. They're just thinking of the general classification and what they know of them.
Yeah, they are, you know, like Rory Townsend, he's a sprinter, so he's essentially fairly safe to let up the road because he's not going to pose any threat towards the GC.
And then we've really got a feel for Zeb Kiffin, who's now 3 minutes off the front of the peloton and a minute behind this. Is there a point as well here where he may start to, as the breakaway settles, or have they already done that, where we have that usual sort of standoff between the break and the peloton? That they're kind of holding a very similar speed where Zeb can just gradually eat into that gap.
The gap is just too big now, in my opinion, for him to be able to do that. He's a minute off them, 4 versus 1, so it seems like an impossible gap to close for me.
So Team Kiffin, everyone will be behind Zeb, trying to will him to try and find a way, but it's very energy heavy, this effort that he's making, and you can see 37th place on the general classification at 20 seconds. But it is that moment, Lizzie, as well, when there's how frantic it is around the front of the peloton when you're trying to make it into the break, and it was just a fraction.
It was just a fraction too late, yeah. Just missed it. Sometimes you can see it going and you're trapped behind riders, you're trapped behind a wall of riders, and you're just waiting for that gap to open up to be able to give you the space to jump through. And sometimes it is just about luck, even if he may have jumped 10 times before and missed on the 11th time when the break finally goes. So sometimes it is just about luck.
Our head of the race, Rory Townsend, Victor Vakuli, Cedric Burland, and Josh Golliker working really well together. Josh Golliker on the back here rides with the J.K. Higgins Berman development team. So no, he doesn't. He's with the EF. My apologies. My brain going in a different direction there. Apologies. He's with the EF. He's with the EF development team, and another rider that's doing great things and was in the break on day 1, which is good to see someone like Josh getting into multiple breaks.
Yeah, he's at 18 seconds, so he's had a brilliant race so far, and is doing a brilliant job of being active, getting himself in the shop window and being up front and aggressive.
He is 21 years old. Good sprinter as well is Josh Golliker. Zeb Kiffin here. He was 6th overall in the Tour of Britain in 2023. Also won the Lancaster Grand Prix that season as well. But you can tell now, when the motorbike came alongside him with the blackboard, you just really saw his shoulders and his head drop.
Yeah, it's just really, really unfortunate for him that he didn't make that jump.
A lot of experience in this break as well with Rory Townsend. He's always been a bit of a king of the breakaways, and you could see him just having a little chat as he drops down through the break. The Irish national champion from the Q36.5 Pro Cycling team. The team that is really on a charge, doing big things. Tom Pidcock now with that team as well. But the gap very well established now. Our breakaway group of 4 riders. 4 minutes and 19 now over the peloton. Just edges out a second here and there. Zeb Kiffin is still our chaser, the British rider from the Unibet Titama Rockets. And today's hilly stage that we have. And a lot of the categorized, all our categorized climbs come on the back end of the stage, but we see very early on, this is just up and down all day today.
It's very different terrain compared to what we've seen so far during this race.
And again, lots of early on here. It's the accumulation of the climbs that you have on a stage like this today. I mean, we have 2,122 meters of climbing, and we're not going up any mountains.
Yeah, it's still relatively flat compared to what we can see in some European races. 2,000 meters, over 190 kilometers effectively. It's not a profile that would scare you as you open the road book, but it all depends on where those altitude meters are, and we see here that they're sort of pushed all together at the back end of the race, so there's not much recovery between the little peaks towards the end of the race, so it will be pretty relentless and difficult for the riders.
Well, we've got Picnic Poster now on the front with Soudal Quickstep, so we're seeing a different dynamic here as well in terms of the team of Oscar Onley and Remco Evenepoel, but also quite a telling shift for the Visma Lease bike and nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, we haven't seen them at all yesterday, and like you say, over the last 3 days, the sprint stages, they've been present from kilometre 0, controlling the break, keeping it at a very close time gap. So we've seen that Oscar Onley's team there, Picnic Post NL, have decided to take on a little bit responsibility and maintain this gap now, I think.
But also for Visma Lease bike, for them, it's that they said they're going to give Matt Brennan the nod to see what he can do in GC, and for them not to be at the front, it shows that they're not going to defend Olaf Koi's lead. But also for them, it's sort of a lot more relaxed in terms of not having everyone on the front saying to Matt Brennan, right, okay, we're working for you now for general classification. It seems a little bit more like, okay, let's just surf it around and see what happens.
Yeah, they're very relaxed. They're in a luxury position. They've already got 3 stage wins. They have effectively nothing to lose now. And the best tactic is to let other teams take responsibility and to give Matthew Brennan the best run into the final that they can, to save their energy now and commit to him closer to the final where it really counts.
Yeah, because what they'll want to do as well, looking at them, is to try and go maybe a little bit deeper into the stage as well, and it's a lot tougher than the stages that we have had so far. And they've, in this race as well, Olaf Koy, Eduardo Affini just did the lightning lead out yesterday. I mean, he was, in terms of the stage, Lo Van Bell again on the front for just over 100 kilometers. They had Thomas Glug and Julian Vermeaux. Eduardo Affini just did the big Ferrari turn for me towards that final corner that launched it yesterday.
Yeah, and you have to consider the terrain today. So will it suit Eduardo Affini and Koy in the final like it would the other riders in the team? So you might see somebody like Lo Van Bell, Julien Vermeaux saving themselves rather than in a sprint stage where they're not as useful in the final. They might be more useful on terrain like today in the final, so they'll be saving themselves.
Julien Vermoto is an interesting character. I remember when he wore the yellow jersey here, he's won a couple of stages as well. Looks like Zeb Kiffin's finally thrown in the towel here, unfortunately, for the Unibet Titema Rockets. But respect for the effort.
Yeah, respect for the effort, absolutely. Just bad luck there, and I don't think we'll see that happen tomorrow from them.
No, they will be there. And as we said, it was just a fraction too long, but it also shows just how, when that breakaway goes, how quickly you've got to be straight on it if you want to get on, because the gap just grew and grew and grew. Resigned shake of the head. Got a feel for him.
Yeah.
Nice move, mate. Well done. Yeah. They were going fast.
370 for half an hour and then pulling away.
The commentators say you've done a brilliant job. Marty and Lizzie say you've done a great job.
Rory can wait for me next time.
Yeah, Rory, what's he doing?
The text thing last night. Let's go through the breakaway. And I'm behind him and he's like,
Zeb Kiffin, let's just explain that in terms of his power. And he says he did 375 for half an hour and couldn't get on.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not about just, you know, if he's putting out that power, but 4 men in front of him are doing the same, then, you know, he's not got a chance of closing that gap, unfortunately.
And in terms of, for anyone tuning in, that's because of where we're going out on, in terms of, it's a good opportunity now that we've heard that, to talk about power in cycling, because we look at numbers, and the power and how many watts you use and that kind of thing. And if anyone's never heard of that, it's like, okay, you look at sprinters, you go, they put 2,000 watts out, you're like, you could power a toaster with that. But it is a good opportunity to explain maybe a little bit more about how we look at the numbers in cycling.
Yeah, numbers are really important. So he will have been looking down at his power meter there and measuring his effort. He would know that he could maintain that power, 370 for half an hour. Probably that was his max, and otherwise he would have gone faster and been able to close it, but that's just simply impossible. He was making a measured effort there to try and close it. If he'd gone over that threshold there, then he would have blown up and had no chance. So he was trying to do that measured effort. It was an impressive number, but not good enough.
And in terms of when we talk about, we look at that sort of long effort, it's that sort of number. And then when we get into sprints and get into sprinters and the finishing sprinters, and they're very different to track sprinters, road sprinters, aren't they? They can put out that sort of power and then a big one at the end.
Yes, so I mean, power to weight is obviously hugely important. So everybody's power is quite different. But the sprinters generally are able to punch out that max power. 20-second power is also very important for a sprinter. It's not just being able to reach this max power and fade away, but you also have to have the aerobic capacity to do 180, 200 kilometre stages and still be able to produce that power at the end. So physiologically, compared to track sprinters, extremely different, yeah.
And there's this magic number in sprinting. I remember when I had a power meter, it's to try and get over 1,000 watts. It was always the thing. Okay, if I can get over 1,000 watts in a sprint, you know, then
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, 1,000 watts as a female rider, I would say is an impressive number. But we're talking 2,000 now for the male pros, definitely.
And that as well comes back to we're talking a lot about gearing and that kind of thing at the moment in cycling as well. And the gearing within sprinters has really as well gone up and up and up and up in years.
Yeah, gearing is a choice that's made every day now. The mechanics and the riders will look together at the profile of the race and they will change the gears accordingly. Riders now can use up to 56 on the front, you know, 56 chain rings, often using 1x in the classics where they don't even feel that they need to use the inner ring. So gearing is incredibly important, yeah.
All day on the 11.
All day on the 11.
1x, just roll along on the 11 as we were. The Q36.5 car just coming up here to see Rory Townsend, just alongside. So good to see him having had a couple of days in the break. In the sprints rather. Good to see him getting into the breakaways today. The rider wearing number 124. If you've followed British cycling for many years, Rory Townsend, he was a young rider that came through the British domestic scene. The Tour Series was something that was really, really important. I mean, his first team, Pedal Heaven, was 2 roads from my house, so I'd known Rory since he was a teenager. And then he came through came through into the British Canyon team, and I think I said a couple of days ago, he's the sort of the epitome of determination and determination to succeed. And we talk about the different pathways into the sport.
So he's an example of doing it differently.
Yeah, and those British continental teams and those smaller teams that we need within the sport. You know, he came through that system, and now he's in this team of Q36.5 with Tom Pidcock that's just exploding, isn't it?
Yeah, they've already made some really interesting signings for next year. Fred Wright is going there, so it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do in the Spring Classics as well. They're really building an interesting team. Tom Pidcock is obviously their talisman and has done a great job. He's performing incredibly well in the Vuelta at the moment, so fingers crossed he continues and rides as strong as he has been doing and into the 3rd week.
And for a growing team, sometimes you just need a rider like Tom Pidcock to just give everyone else within the peloton the confidence to be like, yeah, I'd like to go there and give it a bit of a go. So that's always the thing as a growing team, isn't it? That you need that sort of signing.
Yes, you do, absolutely. If you're looking at teams, it's important to know that somebody like Tom Pidcock is there. He's a brilliant leader. He's got very high standards. You know that he wouldn't be at a team where he wasn't getting the best equipment and the best care. So he is definitely a good signpost for people to go there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. And also, as you were mentioning, for the Unibet Tama Rockets, Dylan Groenewegen is a big signing, but that as well for that program will then also straight away riders that are wanting to go to somewhere that's clearly got a completely different outlook on, you know, you look at that and you think, I bet they have a lot of fun. as well.
Yeah, I think you want to go there, don't you, Marty?
They're my kindred spirits. I love everything. I'm going to go and have to see Mouldy and see if I can get a T-shirt. But, you know,
he will bring wins to the team, guaranteed wins. And wins, once we've talked about this before, once the ball is rolling, it's easier. And it lifts up the other riders within the team as well. So I would expect some really big things from that team next year.
Yeah, I'm interested to see within the winter in cyclocross they do. There's a very famous Belgian YouTuber called Average Rob, and I've always been a massive fan of Average Rob. If you've never heard of Average Rob, give him a little internet search, because Mathieu van der Poel, Remco Evenepoel, they've all done rides and videos with Average Rob.
Okay.
and his brother. They're absolutely hilarious. And Average Rob now is just an absolute... Hang on, we've got radio tour.
And the lone chaser has been caught.
Oh, Zeb.
Oh.
We wanted Zeb in the break. Our chaser's been caught. And it shows how it takes a while it does take a while as well to get caught, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he was freewheeling when we saw him, wasn't he?
Yeah, so just back in the peloton now. We'll fight another day. He's had a good effort today, though. Yeah, that's a good half-hour effort that he'd done on his
370 watts, we heard, didn't we, for half an hour. So his job now will just be to settle back into that peloton, try and recover, and get ready to see if he's got anything left in the tank to try and help some teammates in the final.
So our breakaway group: Rory Townsend, 12th at 20 seconds. Cedric Burling's 97th at 2 minutes and 59. Victor Vakuli, he's 65th at 20 seconds, and Josh Golliker's 11th at 18 seconds. He picked up some bonus seconds earlier on in the week, did Josh Golliker. So out of our breakaway group, Josh Golliker is our virtual leader. On the road now is the young British rider on the front. You can see driving this one on. He's got the aero helmet on today. Has Josh Golliker, but the gap now 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Our breakaway really well established. Victor Vakuli on the front here in the white, blue and yellow colours of Team Flanders Baloise. He was in the breakaway with Josh Goliker on stage 1 as we go past Goodyear's End Primary School. Big shout out to the school for coming out. They'll have been doing all that you could see, all the artwork this morning to get ready for the race coming past. And it's cycling, because our bunch is such a multinational bunch as well. It's a really good opportunity for schools as well, that they take different teams and they take riders from different countries as well. So it's not just coming out and enjoying the race going past, but they do look at the different teams and where they're from and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't quite got to a place like in football where you have real team fans. I think mainly we're fans of individuals, but I think that's a brilliant model to try and encourage more fans into our sport, to try and capitalise a little bit more on that team aspect.
I'm totally with you. It's something that we've definitely got to kind of embrace a lot more as fans. It is all right to ride around in a Soudal Quick Step jersey, because we see our football fans and they go around in I'm not gonna just name random teams, but yeah, well I will. Man United, Barcelona. It is, and you go different. I go to being to Malaysia. I was in Turkey earlier on in the year, and I ordered a coffee, and the first thing the guy said, "What football team do you support?"
Football do you support? Yeah.
And that's, I think, is something that we have to embrace, and I think it's something that we have to build as a sport. And we've been kind of trying to develop and chat about this business model of cycling. And you can walk into a gift shop on the other side of the world, and you see an Arsenal mug or a Man United mug, and a T-shirt and a baseball cap and all that kind of thing. And I think it's that sort of merch aspect is something that we really need to focus on as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's what Unibet, Tiedemann and Rockets are trying to do, isn't it? It's clearly working with you, Marty. You're a fan of the team, yeah. I'll
go and buy a jersey, definitely.
I'd buy a jersey too.
But also when you look at, because collectors want bidons as well, and it's like, if I don't know how, I mean, some manufacturers, and especially clothing manufacturers, a lot of clothing manufacturers do pay a royalty back to the team for the jerseys that they do sell. And that as well, within, maybe it's the bidons, whether it's the water bottles that you buy, if a percentage I don't know if that happens, but if a percentage of every single water bottle that was sold went back to the team, then that as well is building finance and building...
I agree with you, but I think it might be difficult to sell cycling water bottles, given the fact that you have these kids with these big buckets at the side of the road collecting them. I think that's one of the sort of romances of the sport as well, isn't it? But I'm totally in agree with you. There needs to be a little bit of a shift in the model in terms of making revenue for the teams, because at the moment the model is fragile.
Matt Brown here, just up to have a bit of a chat here with Josh Goliker. Just trying to tune in and hear if we can hear what he's saying. Grabs a fresh bottle. Quick gel as well.
It's a long stage today, so it's something they need to think about. They're, on the 4th stage as well, so nutrition becomes even more and more important, particularly given the fact that he was in a breakaway already, so he's had a hard race.
And it would have been, as well, start for the riders, breakfast this morning. We go back to the peloton. Soudal Quick Step and Picnic Postonel are still the teams on the front. Ineos Grenadiers are all lined out behind them. Our green jersey, Olaf Koy, just towards the back of the peloton here in that green jersey.
Oh dear.
Stage 4 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain men, from Atherstone to Burton Dassett Country Park, and our breakaway group of 4 riders have a gap of 4.5 minutes over the peloton as the bunch go past Goodyear's Primary School. Could see them out in force. There's Olaf Koy, our green jersey, our overall leader here in the Tour of Britain. And that's a bit telling as well. Olaf just chilling down the back here.
Yeah, very relaxed. There's no reason for him to be up at the front. The peloton is riding in formation, very controlled.
Fred Wright on the other side, they're wearing 82. And we were chatting about Fred Wright in the team he's going to. We met his mum, dad and his granddad yesterday when we were having coffee.
Yeah. Speaking to his mum about how she doesn't watch the race until afterwards when she knows that he's crossed the line safely.
So she'd driven all the way from London to watch you race yesterday, and that's what we were saying, wasn't it? That, yeah, okay, you're not going to watch at all. She was like, nope.
I think it's understandable, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But it was really great to meet them, great to see them out on the race. So the team of Oscar Onley here on the front, working well. This does get we're already starting to see this kind of hierarchy already with that around the front, even with 150k to go here.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that they've committed the whole team to it. They're not trying to hide their tactics at all, are they? It's very clear they're sending a signal to the rest of the peloton that they're here for the GC. I mean, we knew that, but to take on the responsibility so early in the race is still impressive.
And it's also impressive given how tough the tumble stage is tomorrow, and it sort of sends a signals that riders like Oscar are going to want to bank some time, given how we look at a climb like the tumble. Being a British rider, he'll know all about that climb.
Yeah, it sends a signal that today the race starts for them. They haven't taken any responsibility so far within the race, but today they're showing up, and it seems like they want to get the race going today.
So Team Pickx Postinaal in the orange and blue colours, made up of John Degenkolb, Sean Flynn, Enzo Leinster, Timo de Jong, Matteo van Huffel and Oscar Onley. And that's the full makeup of the team. There's John Degenkolb right in the centre of your picture, the very experienced German rider. Oscar Onley, just the second rider from the back of that group of Pickx Postinaal riders. Our breakaway group, Ireland's Rory Townsend, two Belgians, Victor Vercouli, Cedric Berlens, and then Josh Goliker in the white and blue here, with the red, white and blue stripes down his back for the Great Britain national team. And now the virtual leader on the road is the young British rider. And this breakaway now with 4.5 minutes. This could go pretty deep into this stage here, given this sort of gap.
It could, yeah. They still have a long way to go. It's the longest stage of the race and the hardest back end of the race, so I think that we've had so far. So we've seen that the gap comes down very quickly, even in a flat sprint stage. So that kind of gap, I think, could be closed pretty quickly towards the end, given the fact that it seems like Pickx Postinaal, Quickstep, they're clearly up for this final.
And they've also, if we look at this, the shift in dynamic and the speed around the front of the peloton is now very different. We can see that kind of in terms of what we had yesterday as well in the sort of average speed.
Yeah, the whole race has been fast. I mean, they completed yesterday's race in 2.5 hours, so they're moving. And I expect today will be very similar.
How does that affect as well? In terms of, we were chatting before we came on air, in terms of riders who are like someone like a Remco Evenepoel who's trying to prep for the World Championships. Given how quick it is, it's not a big day out on the bike, is it?
No, 2.5 hours is really not a big day out on the bike for him. You never know, he may have even done some training yesterday. It's not unheard of for a rider to do an extra session in the afternoon. It depends on the rider and how they approach each race and how important this victory is to him. I think he will definitely want to come away from this race with some confidence, with a victory. So it depends on how he feels individually and how much he feels that he needs the load right now.
But also, I suppose, for a rider like Remco, when he would look at this climb, when someone like Mathieu van der Poel won up here, Kasia Niewiadoma won up here as well. Let's have a little just a little pep talk.
4 or 5 minutes in the circuit. We win. Yeah, all at least.
Wow.
Well, we play at least. Yeah, of course.
So did you hear Joshua Goliker there? Full of confidence. He said if we enter the circuit with 5 minutes, then we'll win.
Wow.
So I like his confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's 30k to go when they enter the circuit, so he's right. But whether they'll be given that sort of leeway is doubtful, I would say.
Is if they can. Josh Goliker, lots of confidence. So they've now just got to squeeze this gap out a little bit if they can.
Picnic Post NL are completely in control here. I think they will be getting all the information from the team car that they need, and they'll be measuring their effort. We've still got 150 kilometres to go, so there's no need for them yet to bring that gap any closer.
And you're wondering if that gap that we saw Josh Goliker chatting to Matt Bramier there as well, whether that sort of exchange of information between them, because Matt Bramier was as a rider was a really kind of wily tactician for me as a rider.
Yeah, he was. He pulled off some brilliant victories during his career. He was Irish national champion, I think 3 times. Yeah, like you say, a very tactical rider.
Josh Goliker here, you can see when you look at a rider now, and you look, he's got his road aero helmet, road aero, he's got his skin suit on, which is kind of standard thing now as well, though. But you look at riders like Josh and the way that they suit up for battle now, in terms of you get ready with the intent of getting in a breakaway like this, because it's changed and developed road kit and helmets and everything over the years, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I remember when I first started, it was only really the specialists who would go into a wind tunnel on a time trial bike. Riders now go into wind tunnels on road bikes. They wear specific helmets that match their head shape, their body shape, their shoulder shape. So it's there's no stone left unturned, basically. Everything is thought about, and it's continuously developing. Even fabric, you wouldn't think it would have such an impact, but it does. The way that the wind moves over fabric is a whole science to itself, and you can feel it as a rider, the development. I remember when I rode in Rio, and the Team GB team made a special Olympic suit for us. It was aerodynamic but also cooling. And the difference from my trade team kit to wearing that Olympic kit was actually something that I could feel. I could feel the wind passing my hips and cooling me down. And it it made a real difference. And all of that adds up and counts.
And it's also that the clothing manufacturers, they put different panels into different parts of the jersey, which also makes it quicker. You'll see the ribbed fabric on the shoulders and the way that the different panels are as well. And again, that's all been wind tunnel tested. And for anyone that's never seen, you can see the sort of honeycomb panel on Josh Goliker's shoulders here. So when you look at that and you zoom in, it's almost like a golf ball kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and you will see riders even who potentially aren't that happy with their team kit sponsor will wear an underjersey that has these ribbed effects through it. So
the teammates here, Luke Lamparty, the teammates of Soudal Quick-Step, all on the front for Remco Evenepoel. And they've also got Ilan van Wilder in the race, have the team of Soudal Quick-Step. So for us, two options, you would say, in this race for Soudal Quick-Step, in both Remco Evenepoel and Ilan van Wilder.
Yeah, Ned Bolting's sort of dark horse pick was Ilan van Wilder. He mentioned his ride in the Tour de France on the Tourmalet stage, and he's right. They have both options. I think in a final like this, you need to be able to play different cards, put pressure on Onley to chase, and they have the ability to do that.
So keeping that rhythm on the front here. And we see as well what's always, when you see the shift as well for those riders that have come here as sprinters, that then shift into a whole day on the front for someone like Remco.
Yeah, their finish line essentially today is with 30 kilometres to go when we enter the circuit, because getting over the climbs will be difficult for them, so it's about using their energy and their resource in the most efficient way, so you use them on the flatter part of the stage that we have now.
And there again, riders as well, back for bottles. Unusual to see a rider chewing gum as well on the front.
It's probably caffeine gum, so that's another way now of getting caffeine into your system. Riders use caffeine gum.
So Soudal, Quickstep and Picnic Poster now are the teams that are working on the front. And while we kind of go back to the finish today, in terms of, it gives a finish prestige, doesn't it, when you see someone like Mathieu van der Poel win in the manner he did. Katia Niewiadoma won in the women's tour as well, when you were third in that one as well. So you know the run into this climb really well.
Yeah, so the circuit itself, you have the steep Burton Dassett climb, and then you turn right over the top, and it's quite a technical, fast ascent, and then a real fast open road until you come back round to the right-hand turn and back up the climb again. So in terms of recovery, there isn't much. It's quite relentless, and the climb itself is steepest at about 500 meters to go. It levels off a little bit, but it's a real punchy climb and fast climb, so actually positioning it will be important as well. In the right-hand turn onto it, you need to be positioned well.
And you were telling me as well that you had an interesting lead out on the day that you finished third.
Yeah, Elisa Longo Borghini was trying to lead me out, but unfortunately Elisa Longo Borghini is one of those riders who is more powerful than she realises, and she sort of led me out as though it was a sprint into the bottom of the climb, and I sort of blew up a little bit. Katia Niewiadoma went over the top, and I did my best to limit my losses and managed to come away with third, which actually eventually won me the tour overall because of the bonus seconds. So yeah, bonus seconds could again be important today.
Yeah, we'll see how that as the race goes on. Rory Townsend just trying to open his energy bar here. 12th place on general classification at 20 seconds for Rory Townsend. And when you are powering along at this speed, I mean, you know, when you do get a rogue rapper that won't open, but he's persistent with it.
I always used to open mine before because of the fear of that. I'd always have them open in the pocket.
He's got it open now. There's Rory Townsend, and you can see that's that point. You can see all the empty wrappers in his pockets as well, and important. So when you have your gels and your bars, your wrappers go in the pocket.
Good sponsor placement there, very good.
And it is that, as you were saying as well, it's interesting how you planned them. And we'll come back to this in a second, but it's... Breakaway group, we're just watching Rory Townsend have a spot of lunch, and you were telling us, I think it was yesterday, in terms of how you managed and placed all your bars in your pockets, and it was a really interesting insight into, like, you know, knowing exactly what you've got and where, because we're seeing Rory Townsend with a pocket full of wrappers here as well.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in the back end of a race, in a hard final, you want to be able to grab your caffeine gel, for instance, as quickly as possible. So you don't want rummaging around looking at labels, seeing, is this the caffeine one? I always used to have caffeine in the right-hand side, bars in the middle, and normal gels on the left. So it just became second nature, and I didn't have to think about what I was grabbing.
And every rider as well, I mean, as a rider, you must, do you just get at the beginning of the season, or in the winter you just get a box of different bars and gels, and because you'll find the ones that you like, that are palatable, because everyone's palate's different as well, isn't it? And everybody's body reacts different to energy food.
Yes, it does, and quite a lot often riders struggle with it, so it is about finding a brand that works for you. I mean, they've advanced so much now that most sponsors will actually work with teams to develop drinks that suit their riders. Another nice thing that happens towards the end of a season, probably in a stage race like this, is swapsies, because you get that taste fatigue and you just can't face another bar, and so you end up swapping with other riders and trying their bars as well.
It's like being at lunch at school, isn't it? When you go in and your mum's made you a boring sandwich, and there's always that kid, isn't there, whose mum always made them an interesting sandwich for school.
Yeah, absolutely. You know the team that has the best snacks.
Is there a team out there? Can we name a team that always has good snacks?
I don't think I can right now. No. I mean, obviously Lidl Trek, but yeah, there are different team sponsors.
But is it also for again, in terms of soigneurs and the nutritionists that give you that freedom, because as you said, you know, within a race now that food is so controlled, but also there are when you get to the end of the season and you get, you know, it's been a long season, it's a tough season, you get to the end of a stage race and you just want a treat, I imagine, even at dinner. Perhaps.
I mean, there's place for treats, definitely. You're burning so many calories, and part of the chef's role within the team is to be inventive with the way that they create their menus so that you don't get that flavour fatigue in a stage race, particularly when you're fueling so much. It becomes quite difficult to get enough fuel in. So the best chefs are the ones with the best imagination, in my experience.
And I think that as well, the sort of growth of team chefs as well, and you do. Some teams used to go with a little trailer, didn't they? And the chef would prep the meals in there because they were finding, a lot of chefs were finding it tough to go into a hotel and essentially take over the hotel's kitchen.
Yeah, it really depends on the health and safety laws of each country. You'd find in the UK for a chef to just go and walk into a kitchen and ask to use their kitchen, it would be very difficult. In other countries, they welcome them in with open arms. I've been in races in Italy where the team chef has ended up making food for the whole hotel. So it really depends on which country you're in. And it can be quite a difficult job for chefs. I've had a team chef have to make a meal out of a microwave before because the facilities weren't there. So, I mean, it's still a luxury. I remember when we didn't have chefs and we were surviving on the hotel buffet, so I still don't take it for granted.
Yeah, they do great. Do they also give you a menu? Do they tell you what they're going to make you each day, or, you know, in the morning? Is there a choice? Do they come through and you got a couple of different options?
It depends on the rider. So usually now there's a buffet, but a lot of riders are very closely watched by a nutritionist, so they will have a menu according to the stage. So in our team it would be a green day, a red day, or a yellow day, depending on the demands of that stage, and therefore the calories that they expect you to be able to intake. So often on a green day, for instance, you would need to eat more calories. The expectation of the stage would be fuel heavy. So the breakfast, you would down to the detail of 1 piece of toast, 1 teaspoon of jam. Some riders would get that kind of nutritional support. I never did. I found it a little bit too much. I'd like to still listen to my hunger cues and follow that lead. But each rider is different, and some riders really do just see food as fuel, and they don't need that kind of taste. But I certainly did.
No hiding in a corner with a jar of Nutella and a spoon then some days.
Oh, I don't hide. I do it in front of everyone.
It's a great insight there as well. You can see in what goes on in the background. There's so much that goes into keeping a pro team on the road in the world of cycling. And it is coming to that end point in the season as well, where riders will be switching teams, potentially going on to pastures new. And we've still got a interesting part of the season to come with World Championships in Rwanda. We're heading to Rwanda for our World Championships. This gap here holding at 4:18. And can they squeeze this out to the 5 minutes that Josh Goliker was saying to his breakaway companions that they felt they needed to try and take this one all the way to the finish, potentially, if they can. Our local residents there, more important things to do than watch the race go by. The Lotto team car just coming up to check if their rider in the breakaway. Cedric Burlens needs anything. Big bottle for the Lotto rider. And this is the time where you see that in the breakaway like this, that the team cars can come alongside the rider and feed them from the point that they are in the breakaway. It takes, again, a lot of skill as a director sportif when you come up to this point, because you'll see when the feeding happens behind the peloton, you have to drop back behind the commissaire's car and feed behind the car. But here in the breakaway, as a director, you can drive up alongside your rider and just feed them, and that just means that they then don't have to drop off the back of the breakaway. And you can see here that Cedric Burlens is just staying within the pace line of the breakaway. Doesn't have to drop back, and it's a good opportunity as well to have a chat. So with that breakaway at 4 minutes and 20 seconds, we're going to hand you over to Ned Bolton and Danny Rowe for a little bit. And Danny, been quite an interesting stage so far, and if you're following it, we had to really feel for Zeb Kiffin from the Unibet Titama Rockets. He didn't quite manage to make it across.
I know, a little bit heartbreaking, wasn't it? And that would have been a real goal for him and that team. But I'm really, really excited for today's stage. I think it's the real start of the GC shake-up, isn't it? Very different to what we've seen so far with the 3 carbon copy stages that we've had. The bunch sprint stages, obviously all won by Visma Lease Bike, and now the state of play is very, very different, with the teams controlling things at the front of the peloton now. Again, a breakaway of 4 riders, which is what we've had on stages 1 and 2, but behind looking very, very different. We've had Visma Lease Bike all in yellow controlling things from the off, but now it's very much a 2-teamed at the front of affairs, with the Lotto Soudal team and Picnic Post-Tanel, which are obviously setting their stall out as to say, we're here, we want GC, we want the stage, let's go.
Thanks very much, Marty. Hello, Danny. Wow, I have to say, Danny, hats off to Lizzie Deignan for her superpowers of hearing, because about half an hour ago we eavesdropped on a conversation, didn't we, between Cedric Boulens and Josh Goliker at the front of the race. I couldn't figure out what was being said, but Lizzie was adamant she heard Goliker say to Boulens, if we've got 5 minutes entering the circuit, we've won the race. So he's obviously made the calculation. It feels realistic, that, doesn't it? 5 minutes does sound like they would have a very viable chance on that finishing circuit, albeit it wouldn't be a foregone conclusion. So with the time gap here at 4.5 minutes, kind of in the balance, isn't it? It'd be very interesting to see what happens over the next hour of racing, effectively.
Yeah, it is in the balance, but we've still got such a long way to go. I mean, we don't hit the circuit until 30 kilometres to go, so that's still over 100 kilometres of racing that we've got. But good that Josh Goliker is trying to motivate the others to keep pushing forward, obviously really give it all that they've got. Generally, in bike racing, we talk about that 1 minute per 10 kilometres of racing, which is a viable gap for a breakaway to be able to make it. That's normally on a flat parkour. So today it's very different. It's very back-ended in terms of the undulation that we've got in the final. So they would need a significant amount more time than 3 minutes, you would suggest. So I do think if they had 5 minutes, they would win the race. But it's what happens behind, isn't it? You know, we can see that the Lotto Soudal team and Picnic Post-Tanel are controlling things, and right now they're happy with this time gap. It's not that they can't close it, it's that they're trying to control it and measure their effort across the entire stage.
Big, powerful rider from Picnic Post-Tanel on the front. That's Enzo Leenze, 24-year-old Dutch rider from Picnic Post-Tanel. It's been interesting to see the great champion John Degenkolb up towards the front as well. Full of, there he is, just pulling off to the side there and unzipping and looking round, possibly to go back for bottles, or to have a call of nature, let's be honest. But John Degenkolb, I'm always in awe of riders like John Degenkolb, who, with the Palmares that he's got, Tour de France stage winner, double monument winner, just loves bike racing so much that he's carrying on for year after year in the service of others, because he has not been riding with any degree of leadership protection now for a number of years, and yet he's, you know, very visible. He's always in the bike race, and he's a hard worker. For champions like Degenkolb to do that, it's quite a transformation, isn't it?
It is, and it's something that I think is probably, you know, enjoyable for him, not to have that sort of pressure on his shoulders that he's had for so many years. 48 professional victories to his name, and now in a very much a different role within the team. But I think it would be quite refreshing for a rider who has spent, you know, the majority of their years with all of that pressure and having to finish off bike races to take the win for the team, and now is very happy to ride in that selfless manner, doing an earlier job within the race that you can see him doing today, and giving back to the team.
He's been with that team for a generation, hasn't he, as well? I mean, the changes that he has seen within that team and the structure of the team, the personnel, the management, the ethos, the way of racing, quite extraordinary, the revolution, and yet there's Degenkolb still there. It's kind of easy to forget as well. It must have been about 10 years ago that so many of their riders, including Chad Hager and Koen de Kort and John Degenkolb, were caught up in that horrific training accident in Spain that, well, it could have been much worse than it was, but set them all back in their various different ways.
Yeah, and that's something else that he'll be able to offer to the team. The likes of young Oscar Onley is that experience as well. He would have been through so much within his career, ups and downs.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I think that, you know, it's an upward trajectory always for successful riders like that, but he would have been through a lot of trials and tribulations, and he'll be able to offer that advice to a lot of his teammates as well.
It was almost inevitable that we'd see Rory Townsend in a breakaway on the closing 3 stages of the Tour of Britain, now that he can switch his attention from trying to compete with a degree of success. Probably not the results that he would have hoped for, I think, in the bunch sprints that we've had so far, Rory Townsend. So instead he takes his chances and gets up the road for Q36.5, the Irish national champ. As a veteran of so many editions of the Tour of Britain down the years. But there's more to Rory Townsend than just a fast finisher. He's an excellent crit racer, has been throughout his career, but he's not afraid of getting up the road, even on slightly lumpy terrain. And, you know, if they do get these 4 riders with a sufficient gap up towards the back-ended series of categorised climbs, Townsend will be as well placed as any of them, I think, to be competitive at those climbs.
Yeah, and I mean, we've only got to think back a couple of weeks, haven't we, where he won the race in Hamburg. He was in the early breakaway and managed to hold off all the way to the finish. He's had a 9th, a 5th and an 11th, so I think he'll be pretty pleased with that 5th place that he had on stage 2. That was a really strong display and strong finish from him and the team. But this is another perfect opportunity for him, and we have seen him also communicating with the riders in the breakers to really trying to push them on and trying to create as big a time gap as they possibly can before they enter the circuit, because that's where I feel like it's going to really come down, that climb, Sunrising Hill, 40 kilometres to go. I know, having listened to a couple of podcasts of teams anticipating how this race is going to unfold, that was a big talking point. It wasn't on that first ascent of the Burton Dassett climb. It was actually around 10 kilometres before, on that steep, short climb where a lot of damage can be done.
Sunshiny show of support from the side of the road, not for the first time, but the umpteenth time as another primary school gets their moments on camera. And the peloton, such a feature of this race, get to hear the enthusiastic cries of those young kids, possibly, probably, almost certainly witnessing a bike race for the first time in their lives. An unforgettable imprint that will leave on their young imaginations. And you never know, amongst those 100 or 200 kids there'll be 1 or 2 who might take up the challenge of the bicycle in the years to come.
If you can't see it, you can't believe it. That's what I always say, and it's just a lovely opportunity for these kids to be able to watch this bike race go past. And when I was riding, it was just such a special part of this race, and I used to catch an eye of a child every time we went past the school, and that was what would really bring a tear to my eye, because you could see that pure excitement in their face.
Brilliant.
And it was, something really, really special that meant a lot to me.
Rider on the front of the peloton, working hard for Soudal Quickstep is a young American, Luke Lamperty, and he is still young, still only 22 years of age, which blows my mind. Luke Lamperty has been a professional for 5 years. 3 years at continental level with Trinity, and he's coming to the end of his second year with Quickstep. I mean, he's got 6 professional victories. I think 3 of them have come with Soudal Quickstep, but he's I can't quite compute that he's still only 22, Danny. He's been around for so long.
But that's almost what's happening now, isn't it? We're having such young riders coming into the professional peloton and winning from the off. And that's something that I think's really changed over the last decade or so, and something that I know the likes of Geraint Thomas will be talking about, these young whippersnappers that can come in and just win straight away. And I guess that is down to that sort of strength and depth that we've got in our sport, with the resources that these youngsters can have from such a young age, the professionalism that they can have from coming out of the junior ranks, means that they can win from so young. But it seems like he's been around for a very long time.
There he is, the rider in the blue with the white helmet, a sprinter by trade, the American. I think even within that context, Luke Lamperty is an outlier. I remember going to the Trinity training camp in Calpe in the winter to visit our friend, your friend and mine, Piet Kenyak, when he was a director sportif there 2 years ago, and having dinner with Luke Lamperty and being stunned by how mature he was. He was very much the kind of like team captain in that team, and he was 20. He'd already been there for 3 years.
Yeah, it's really impressive, isn't it? We get these riders, the standout riders, with the confidence and the really mature head on their shoulders that come in almost as leaders straight away. It takes quite a special individual to be able to do that, especially when you're with the company of riders that have been around for a long time. I know, again, Luke Rowe, I've spoken about him quite a bit this weekend, but he was another one that went into Team Sky and almost took that captain role from the off.
Right, well, Luke Lamperty beds in for the long haul. Still a long way to go, 129 kilometres, and the time gap is not changing much at the moment at all. 4.5 minutes. Ooh. Josh Goliker missing a bottle there from the Soigneur from the Great Britain team, placed at the side of the road. I've only just noticed, Danny, that the GB Swannies have got, look at this, a Union Jack sort of polo shirt just to mark them out from the others. Goliker leaving it late to get ready for that bottle, and it just slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, big impact there from the looks of things. It looked like it hurt his finger.
He's still smarting, isn't he?
And the Soigneurs and the race directors will always try and put the feeds on a slight uphill, obviously more conducive at slower speeds to be able to grab the bottles. But it is, yeah, they make it look easy, but it's not. Those sort of 50, 60 kilometres an hour, which these riders will be riding at to be able to take a bottle. So you can see he's still got a bottle on the bike, but it might be that he'll have to go back to the team car maybe a little bit sooner than he hoped. Also one in his jersey by the looks of things.
But Danny, according to the UCI regulations nowadays, they have to feed in certain zones, don't they? It's not the free-for-all that it used to be a couple of years ago. And I think the sentiment behind that rule change is a correct one. I think it probably benefited the better resource teams who had more soigneurs, more staff to draw on, that they could pepper the route with unofficial feeding stations all the way along, so they had a distinct advantage over the less well-resourced teams. Now everybody has to go where they're told to stand. Flip side of that is chaos, isn't it?
Yeah, it is chaos. It's a logistical nightmare for a lot of the teams to be able to do that, but I think you are right. It does put it on more of a level playing field, because it was those teams that had multiple cars that could send soigneurs everywhere on the route to be able to service their riders, and that would obviously put them at an advantage over others if they didn't have those resources within a race. But it does make it extremely difficult with 24 or many teams within the race. What have we got here? 19 teams in this race, all trying to get to the same spots on the race.
One of these riders with a bottle down the front of their jersey. Not quite ice pack down the back weather, but it's lovely and sunny today, and a marked contrast to the opening 3 days of racing. As we catch a glimpse of the special Remco Evenepoel, part of, in my opinion, a group of 5 riders. You could probably extend it beyond 5, but I'll stick with 5 male riders in the male peloton who are so exceptional in their various different ways that collectively they are the golden generation. I genuinely think that they have established a case over the last 2 or 3 years, maybe longer than that, to suggest that Remco Evenepoel, Mathieu van der Poel, Jonas Vingegaard, Wout van Aert, and of course Tadej Pogacar are, as a group, probably the greatest group of top champion riders that the sport has ever known. And I don't think that's hyperbole either.
No, I don't. I completely agree with you, but I'm really intrigued today to see what Remco Evenepoel and the Soudal Quick-Step team have or can do, because quite remarkably, he's only won one road race this year, and he said he hasn't had the year that he might have hoped to have had. We know he's prepping for the World Championships. What sort of form is he in? He's ridden stages this week in full kit, leg warmers, rain jackets, which kind of says to me, well, he's just training. Arguably, they were on sprint days. He did try yesterday, but what has he got in the legs today? Where is he going to try something? Is he going to try something? Is it a stage ambition, a GC ambition from Remco? He's obviously just announced that he's breaking his contract with Soudal Quick-Step 2 to go over to the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team. What implications has that had on what he's doing for the remainder of this season? I think today will answer a lot of those questions.
We just don't know at the moment. You can see the concentrated faces of the Soudal Quick-Step riders and the Pickx Posternel riders at the front, who are doing their job and dedicated to that rather thankless task of just controlling the breakaway and doing a really good job of it. A little bit further back though, you can tell how relaxed some of those riders are, including Geraint Thomas, who's smiling away there in around about 10th place, surrounded by a couple of his teammates.
Someone's cracked a good joke, haven't they? Because they're all cracking up laughing.
It's Casper Pedersen who's having a bit of a laugh with the Ineos riders. That is how to take a bottle from the side of the road. Well, through a feed zone go Pickx Posternel and Soudal Quick-Step. Luke Lamperty's just picked up a bottle from the side of the road. The American who's been riding on the front for Remco Evenepoel's team. And Pickx Posternel at the moment being supported by Enzo Leinzer, who's doing the early work for Oscar Onley. It's very interesting to see that Visma Lease Bike have not got any riders at the front. They're not working, even though they are surrendering the virtual race lead at the moment to the riders who've gone up the road. At no point have Visma Lease Bike actually had to take the responsibility of defending that jersey.
No, and I mean clever for now, I think, because up till now they've done all of the work, haven't they? So they're going to have a lot of fatigued riders within their team. I think if we get closer into the circuit, they would offer up one or two riders to help with this this chase, because they do have Matt Brennan here, of course, who will be going for today's stage. So yeah, for now it's absolutely an ideal situation for them.
Well, you could see as the peloton was just passing through in that last shot that a lot of the riders were just chucking away some of the wrappers from the gels and bits and pieces. I'm sure most of you know, but just in case you don't know, that is not only legitimate, but it is required of them actually to drop off their luggage, their rubbish, in these dedicated rubbish zones, so that the race organisation can sweep them all up and make sure that they don't litter the side of the road. And that's been in place for about a decade now, I think, that principle. All the riders understand it, and by and large they adhere to it, and it's probably very sensible as well.
Yeah, and there would be fines for riders, any riders that's seen dropping litter outside of those waste zones. Yeah. I remember watching with my grandma once, and she'd seen bike racing for one of the first times. What on earth are they doing? All dropping their rubbish on the ground. But
right,
yeah,
it's totally understandable of your grandma, isn't it? Her reaction.
It is, of course.
The other way you can get rid of your rubbish, I witnessed at the Giro d'Italia this year, Danny, and I don't know what you feel about this as a pro, but Groupama FDJ's David Gaudu had punctured on one stage, and his entire team had gone back and worked with him and brought him back into the bunch. And when he got there, he emptied, they weren't in a litter zone, and he took all the wrappers and bits and pieces out of his pockets and stuffed them in the back pocket of one of the riders who just brought him back into the bunch.
Oh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I was commentating at the time with a former teammate of David Gaudu, who was not too impressed by that.
No, I wouldn't have been either. Absolutely not. Keep your rubbish to yourself, especially after doing all that work for you.
Right? That's kind of what I thought. So there's the young American we were just talking about, 22 years of age, Luke Lamperty. His 3 days where he was very much the centre of their attention for the bunch sprints are over, and so for the next few days he'll be working for, we assume, Remco Evenepoel, although they do have another couple of options. Do Soudal Quick-Step.
your outside pick, Ned?
Well, yeah, I don't know whether I should say it really, because every time I make these sort of bold claims, they come to nothing. But I do think it's worth just keeping an outside eye on the young Belgian climber Ilan van Wilder, who's just extended his contract actually with Soudal Quickstep. He is, I wouldn't have said he's a pure climber, but he is a climber, and really up until this point he's specialised, Ilan van Wilder, in the Ardennes Classics. That's where he's really at his absolute best, and the kind of finish that we've got in Burton Dassett today is not a million miles away from an Ardennes race. We also saw what kind of form he was in at the Tour de France, where he made a massive and significant intervention in the victory of Valentin Paris-Peintre, doing an amazing turn in the final kilometre on the Mont Ventoux stage to set up Paris-Peintre for victory. So I don't know what kind of shape he's in after the Tour de France. That is a little bit of an unknown. But if you were speculating whether or not Remco Evenepoel is on a training camp at the Tour of Britain or whether he's here to win it. If he's not here to win it, watch out for the rider. It's quite a small figure with quite square shoulders and a white helmet as opposed to the gold one. It could be that Van Wilder is the rider they're working for today.
But it could also be a really canny card to play, that plan B, send Van Wilder up the road, force other teams to chase. If he stays away, great. If he doesn't, then they've got Remco Evenepoel who can just follow behind and then counter that attack. So it's always really advantageous to have two strong riders with similar attributes within the team, because the other teams don't know how you're going to play that card. And it's really having that strength and depth that means that, it's a win-win scenario for them, or definitely could be if they've both got good legs on the day.
Yeah, and they've made sure that Ilan van Wilder over the first 3 days of racing hasn't lost any time either. So he's at 20 seconds, as is Remco Evenepoel, as are pretty much all of the main GC contenders in this race. But it is, I think, probably, almost certainly going to be the kind of finish when we do eventually get the final results sheet from stage 4 and look down it for all the detail. We're going to see, Danny, a mixture of riders who, like Matteo Trentin maybe, who finished here in second place in 2019, like Matty Brennan, like potentially Sam Watson from Ineos Grenadiers, who are fast men who you'd associate with a flatter finish. But they're going to be all mixed up with riders who are almost pure climbers as well. It's because it is the nature of the climbs are neither one thing nor the other quite today. That's why it's so intriguing, isn't it? We're going to get a really strange mixture of different riders coming towards the finish.
Yeah, it's almost classic-esque, isn't it, this sort of stage, really punchy final, with a significant amount of climbing, but that climb up to the finish, about a minute and a half in duration. Those pure climbers cannot afford to lose any time, of course, but those punchers, the Sam Watson types, the Matt Brennan types, the fast finishers can also hang on a stage like this, because it is such a short effort. And again, it's how those early climbs are tackled as to who's left in the final and how big the group is coming into the finish.
Well, an understanding has settled over this race at the moment. That time gap isn't changing. So it's a very, very solid and constant effort that they've settled into here for Leenze and Luc Lamperty. They're looking in part at their power meters and knowing that on this sort of terrain they'll just hold a certain number. And as a result, the 4 riders at the front of the race are almost having their effort dictated to by the way that Lamperty and Leenze are riding at the moment. So they are riding accordingly. And because there's 4 riders at the front who are rotating and sharing the work, as opposed to 2 at the back, the riders at the front of the race at the moment are actually doing a little bit less work than the 2 riders who are dictating the pace of the peloton. However, of course, it's worth remembering that their finish line is 120 kilometres away still for these 4 riders, whereas Lamperty and Leenze are not expected to take their effort all the way to the finish line, and therein lies the difference, and that is why the peloton in this situation always has the advantage. Nonetheless, 4 minutes and 40 seconds, we are edging up towards that mythical 5 minutes that we haven't seen at all so far at the Lloyds Tour of Britain men. And it's 5 minutes that the young British rider Josh Golliker has decided is the critical time gap that these 4 riders need to somehow gain on the road and take it to the last 40 kilometres. If they can do that, they've got a chance. If they can't do that, 99% of the time, they haven't. Rory Townsend then just standing up out of the saddle, looking down now actually as if he's a little bit uncertain whether the bike is doing quite what he wants it to do. Stretching his back just a moment or two ago. Just letting Cedric Boulins know that he's on his wheel now.
Yeah, when you're in the break, you're trying to maintain that aerodynamic position for a lot longer than you would be when you're in the peloton, so it can have quite a strain on your back. You can see Josh Goliker at the front is in a lot more of an aero position than the rest behind him. That's because obviously he's putting out the power, doing the effort to try and maintain as high a speed as possible, but you just don't get any real respite. You know, these riders are going to be riding at almost 100%, especially when they're on the front, knowing that they'll have a little bit of recovery in the wheels. They're probably doing around 30 seconds-ish on the front. That's probably the most conducive to be able to maintain as high a speed as possible, but that's why we saw Rory just getting out the saddle, just having a little stretch off there, because there is less time to be in a more relaxed position. You can actually see him in now, but when he gets to the front, you probably see him getting maybe on the drops of his handlebars or just bending his elbows slightly just to try and keep that frontal area as low as possible, because that's what we know is that biggest wind resistance, your head and your shoulders, trying to get that as narrow and as small as you possibly can.
Looking down that line, I actually can't see any Visma Lease bike riders at all, anywhere near the front. Flash of yellow of the Lidl Trek train there, and they're around about the 5th or 6th placed team in that line. But Visma Lease bike, so conspicuously by their absence, are right at the back, if they're there at all.
Quite happy for a rest, aren't they,
Yeah,
after what they've done in the last 3 days?
Just about make out the orange helmets of Uno X, and there's a few yellow helmets of the race-leading team just tucked in behind them. There's Matt Brennan, in fact, who's, if you're looking for him today, of course, wearing the white jersey with the yellow helmet of Visma Lease bike. He's the best young rider. We'll dig up this hill as the countryside gets progressively a little bit more rolling, heading slowly towards the series of climbs in the finishing circuit. There are 6 categorised climbs today and a lot of King of the Mountains points. 4 of those climbs, including Sunrising's Hill and Burton Dassett, which they take on 3 times, are Cat 2 climbs. So a whole bunch of King of the Mountains points today.
32.
32.
To be precise, on offer, which is, yeah, hugely significant from what we've seen so far. And I'm just looking at the standings of the King of the Mountains, of course. Ben Chilton is leading with 7 points, but Josh Goliker, the rider highest place in that competition from this breakaway, with 3 points. So it could just be there in the back of his mind as an objective for the stage.
Vakuli must have some points as well, has he, from those presence
He
in the
has
breakaway?
2.
Yeah, he's got 2. So those 2 have a little bit of a head start on the other 2 riders in the breakaway who don't, as yet, have any points in the bank at the King of the Mountains. But that is the first and most realistic objective, I think, for the 4 riders in the breakaway. One of them will take the jersey today.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've just seen a Tudor Pro cycling rider come to the front, so it looks like they're happy to offer a little bit of firepower now into the peloton chase in this breakaway, just to make sure it remains under control as we get slightly closer to the finishing circuit.
Well, even though it looks calm here, at no point can any of these riders let up at the front, even though they're measuring their efforts. It's still a long way to go. They don't want to go too hard. But not only is it one of the hardest endurance events in the world, road racing like this, Danny, it's also mentally taxing, isn't it? Because all the while they'll be thinking not just about how they're going to approach the final, but also about what do they do right now? Because even though it's the stable state in the middle of the race, there are nonetheless constant little mini calculations being made by all 4 riders at the front of the race, and certainly the 2 or 3 riders who are working at the front of the bunch, where, as you noticed just a short while ago, Pickx have actually slightly withdrawn at the moment, and Tudor Pro Cycling, the team of Matteo Trentin and Julian Alaphilippe, have sent a rider up to share the work. So we've got now 3 teams doing a bit of work.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and I always call it chess on wheels as to, you know, our sport and trying to work things out on the move. And it is down to the riders, but it's also partly down to the DSs and the team car behind as well, to be trying to calculate exactly how and when to put the pressure on, and then work out the strengths and weaknesses of the riders that you are with in a breakaway, what's happening behind the parkour that the riders have still got left to tackle, as to how they approach this final now. But I think we're at a point in the race where the breakaway will probably be given, you know, around that kind of 80% in terms of the effort that they're giving on the front. It's still a long way to go, 114 kilometres, but look at that gap now, 3 minutes. That's come down significantly. So actually,
rapidly, yeah.
because
so,
of that, they
so
might have to.
Yeah. That I'm not quite sure that was accurate. Sometimes that does happen with the timings devices. It was they suddenly lost a minute of their time. So I think we'll just back off from drawing any firm conclusions about that until we get a more confirmed time gap.
Yeah, I think so too, but as you said, Ned, it's extremely mentally taxing to be in a breakaway versus a peloton, where we saw some of the riders having a little bit of a laugh and a joke. There we go, it is back at 4 minutes and 17 seconds, so that is what we thought. You are having to stay so focused, heightened in the breakaway as to the effort that you're putting out, because even when you're on a wheel, you're still going to be suffering. You don't have that long to recover on the wheels. You're looking at a minute and a half, 2 minutes maximum, and that time you're still having to think about fueling, taking on that sustenance to be able to make sure that you're going to be able to produce as much power as possible for the latter part of the race. So yeah, it's extremely difficult.
It's extraordinary to think for decades and decades and decades of this sport, there were no live telemetry, there was no live time gap, no one had a clue. There was occasional blackboard messages that we passed to and from, but to think that this information that you're seeing on your screen right now, 4 minutes and 13 seconds, whether or not it's bang on accurate or a rough estimate, is so important. That is the information that is being disseminated around, so we think that's the accurate time now, that is being disseminated around the convoy, so watched by the directors in the car. That's what they're working off as well, and that is the information on which they're basing all their tactics.
They need to be mathematicians, don't they, as well as directors sportifs too, and I guess that's the argument, isn't it, within our sport, as to maybe that the art has come out of it, and now it is so scientific that we know exactly how many watts individual riders have got to produce at what power, at what CDA, which is the measurement we take on how aerodynamic a rider is, to be able to go up a climb at X duration of time. And it is just, it's so calculated now. The race radios as well has been another argument, hasn't it, as to how different racing would be without race radios and that communication that a rider gets from the director sportif behind. But I guess that's advancements in technology. We have to embrace it.
It's an endless debate, isn't it? But I do wish that the governing authorities in cycling would be a little bit more risk ready, actually, and actually experiment a little bit more with two things, Danny. And you may, as a former pro, bitterly oppose these proposals, but I would suggest it's worth trying banning live telemetry. So of course you can have power cranks and you can store that data, but only look at it after the race. Take the displays away. That already I can feel you sort of uncomfortable me even suggesting that. And the second thing is that eternal debate of not race radio, but team radio. That's the one that you need to experiment with, perhaps losing, or giving perhaps one dedicated road captain on each team team radio, and the rest needs to be communicated amongst the team on the road. That's an experiment maybe worth trying.
Yeah, I think the race radios is a difficult one because I think safety has to be a conversation that we have over race radio, and it's about riders knowing what's coming, you know, in terms of how dangerous a piece of road could be, a descent, a climb coming up.
But that's race radio, not team radio. That's the information that race radio can impart neutrally to the entire peloton, getting the same information. There's something dangerous happening up front. That needs to be communicated, or, you know, we're going to neutralise the race. They need to know that. But what I think should be experimented with is that taking away the team radio, where you've got, in this case, 19 director sportives saying, get to the front, get to the front, get to the front. I had a conversation with the Belgian pro Baptiste Plankert back in the spring, who said, that's what's dangerous. You've got 19 teams
all trying to get to one point at the same time,
and it's creating an unnecessary stress.
Yeah, it's really difficult when we talk about the safety within cycling, and the UCI have implemented this Safe R, where they're testing different, you know, proposals when it comes to trying to make this sport as safe as possible. And I think there's just so many different things that come into play when we talk about why and how crashes are becoming worse than what we've seen in the past. But yeah, it's a really interesting proposal as well when it comes to power meters. I've come from the British cycling area, so I was very much reliant on these power meters, and I think it's very individual, isn't it? Lizzie would really agree with you, because I know that she was much more of an instinctive bike racer. Riding on feel. I wasn't. I relied on that power meter to measure my effort. So yeah, it's an individual approach, and I think the peloton would have very different arguments for and against it.
Well, we caught a glimpse of the little radio pack there on the back of Victor Vauquier, who I think is one of the strongest riders potentially in this group of 4 riders. There's his little radio pack on his back. They've got themselves 4 minutes and 8 seconds, so a little bit of time has been lost. 110 kilometres to go. I'm going to duck out now and bring Marty McDonald back into the fray, and shortly after that, I think Lizzie will return to commentary. But in the meantime, thanks very much, and I'll hand over to Marty.
Thanks, Ned. Interesting. I'm coming in on the back of Ned's proposals there. But yes, it's a debate, Danny, that's just going to run and run, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I think, yeah, they're just different arguments, isn't it? The style of racing that we've got, how exciting it is, taking away things like power meters, but then there's also that safety chat, which is completely different. How can we make our sport safer? Because we have seen some horrific crashes in the past couple of years, and I guess largely is down to the speeds that these riders are racing at now, and the impact of crashing and coming down at these speeds are greater on the human body, essentially. So yeah, I know that the UCI are doing all they can to try and put some measures in place. There's arguments for restricted gears as an example, but I know a lot of the riders are very much against that too.
So that gap being held here, 3:53 is the gap. And see that quick step, Pickx Poster now, still working on the front here. As we go past our next school along the route, and we're heading towards our first sprint in Covington, which comes with 101.8 kilometres of today's stage remaining. And great to see all the youngsters out enjoying the race. They have done throughout the stage today. It is great letting everyone know that we are here. So that gap really that we were talking about in terms of Josh Goliker hasn't gone. He was saying he needed 5 minutes, and it's almost like the peloton behind have had word of that.
Yeah, the peloton are going to be measured in their effort. They're very happy now. You can see they've just eaten into that time gap somewhat. It's come down around 45 seconds actually in the last sort of 10-20 kilometres or so. So as we get closer into the finish, into that finishing circuit, that gap is going to come down. And I think they would need between 4 and 5 minutes for a realistic prospect of being able to go all the way to the line with the undulation that we've got, but also the interest from so many teams behind, not only wanting a stage win, but wanting to stamp their authority for that general classification, with only 2 days left to go after today's stage.
Oscar Onley's team have taken control of this one, and Visma Leasebike must be quite happy. They've got pretty much at the moment had a day off.
Yeah, they have, but I mean, they've done so much work, haven't they, over the past 3 days? They haven't had much assistance from any other team, but rightly so. The responsibility was in their hands with having Olaf Koy and Matt Brennan in the team. The fastest sprinter with Koy would have been able to, I'm sure, take 3 stages, but actually gave Matt Brennan an opportunity yesterday, and he delivered, didn't he? But they're just going to be waiting and playing that game. I'm sure we'll see them coming to the front, because they do have Brennan, who has, you know, put his hand up to say that he wants a shot at today's stage, and I think it's, you know, definitely doable for him today with his capabilities and his versatility as a rider. But for now, they're very happy for Sudal and Picnic Personnel, one Tudor Pro Cycling rider, to control this gap.
It's good to see that Tudor are now getting up here, because right at the beginning of the day, when we looked back to that famous 2019 finish, it was Matteo Trentin that was second. So maybe, and this finish as well, it suits Julien Alaphilippe as well. Yeah,
it's the 2 of them, isn't it? And I'm sure we'll see, and they'll know coming into today's stage who they're going to be going for. And I think it will be Trentin actually over Alaphilippe. I don't think Alaphilippe's quite got the form that maybe he would hope at this stage of the season. Matteo Trentin's been tried and tested on a finish like this, so I think the team will back him, and obviously by putting a rider at the front to help in controlling this time gap also says a lot about the confidence that they're going to have for their protected leader.
Indeed. As we go back, I believe the peloton just going now past Princethorpe College, and they're all out. We can hear all the students out as well. Built by Benedictine monks who had fled the French Revolution, and they bought a 119-acre estate in 1833, where they built St Mary's Priory, one of the first Catholic monasteries to be built in England since the Reformation. And it evolved from a girls' boarding school to a boys' boarding school, and it's now a mixed day school. And it was former England cricketers Ian Bell and Dominic Osler that went to Princethorpe College. So we've been past that. The peloton are not far away from that point as well. I think it's Matisse Rondel that's on the front here for Tudor Pro Cycling. So 3 teams just really showing intent on the front for the work today. Matteo Trentin is not far away. You can just see him in the black jersey with the red helmet with the blue bands. As the peloton go past Princethorpe College. So all the students out. We're heading towards our first intermediate sprint of the day. Welcome along if you're joining us for the first time today here on stage 4 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Man. And I'm going to bid farewell. We're going to bid farewell to Danny Rowe. Make sure you catch up with Danny and Ned. Post-stage, we'll bring Lizzie Deignan back into commentary. But our breakaway group, including Rory Townsend, Josh Golliker, Cedric Berlands, and Victor Vakuli. So the 4 teams represented at the front. And if you weren't with us when the breakaway went, we'd had Great Britain's Zeb Kiffin of the Titema Unibet Rockets that almost made it on to the express train of 4 that was heading off up the road for the day. And unfortunately, the gap just grew and grew, and Zeb Kiffin eventually deciding it was time to head back to the peloton. But he didn't fancy a day out just chasing in the gap in between. Our stage today, very much the first day we expect a shake-up in our general classification. We have 3 big days to finish off this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain. And we have to come today Frizz Hill. That'll come with 76.2 kilometres go. Fant Hill with 50.6. Then on to Sunrising Hill before we will start our finishing circuit and 3 laps. So we have 3 ascents of the Burton Dassett Hills climb. And going into the day, Olaf Koy leading Matthew Brennan by 10 seconds in the general classification. Alberto Dainese third, at 14 seconds, level with Tom Krabbe and Mats Wenzel, who was also in our breakaway yesterday. 6th place for Hugo Hofstetter at the moment, 16 seconds down. 7th for Great Britain's Ineos Grenadiers rider Sam Watson, the British national champion. Andreas Stockbro starting the day still in 8th at 17 seconds with Milan Landhover in 9th, and Robin Froidevaux, who was in our breakaway yesterday, he is 10th at 18 seconds. Olaf Koy leading in the points classification ahead of Alberto Dainese and Matt Brennan. Quite a considerable lead in that, but it means that the red jersey, you can just see the red jersey in the front of the pace line here. He is being worn by Alberto Dainese, just on your left there. And he is wearing that jersey. Olaf Koy, of course, in the green jersey. Ben Chilton of the Great Britain national team is leading in the King of the Mountains, but there's a lot of points to come today on the various climbs that we have along the route. Matthew Brennan is our best young rider in the race. He's wearing the white jersey. He's 4 seconds ahead of Krabbe and 7 seconds ahead of Landhover. Decathlon AG2R Le Mondial are leading in our team standings ahead of UAE and the Israel Premier Tech team. In terms of our weather for the riders today as well, 15 to 90 degrees Celsius, that's 51 to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Beautiful sunny day forecast all day, and 26 to 32 km/h westerly winds for the riders. Gap down to 3:27, Lizzie, as we head towards our intermediate sprint. They felt they wanted over 5 to try and stay away to the finish. It feels now the peloton definitely gradually wanting to try and start to reel this one in, even with over 100k to go.
Yeah, there's 100k to go, but you know, we expect that the race will kick off probably on Sunrising Hill. So that is 148 kilometres. So the race will kick off before we head into the real final, and we expect that the GC teams will try to make the race as hard as possible. So it's understandable to me that they're closing the gap.
It's very, if we look at the dynamic of the front of the peloton, Picnic Postinel have been there for most of the day. 1 kilometre to go into our sprint. Let's take our intermediate sprint point here in Covington. And we'll see whether the breakaway fight it out or whether they just roll through and keep the continuity and the fluidity of the break going. It does look like Vakuli's lining one up here on the back.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Golica also might go for it. He's got confidence. He's already gained some seconds in the breakaway before, where he got some bonus seconds. So it'll be interesting to see.
Rory Townsend out of the saddle, and you can see just the dynamic, hands onto the drop, shifting up through the gears. Josh Golica looking around over the shoulder. It does look like they're going to fight it out here in this one. Townsend on the front, and with a gap of 3:25, there is that sort of, they have got that buffer to sprint it out here.
Yeah, and you know, Golica is in at the moment. Technically he's leading the race, so it makes sense for him to try and gain some seconds. He has nothing to lose by doing that. They still have a significant gap. I don't think it will alter the contribution of each rider if somebody tries to sprint here.
Rory Townsend opens up the sprint on the front. Josh Golica just rolls through. But Rory Townsend takes the sprint ahead of Josh Golica, with Victor Vakuli third. I don't know whether the oi was from the break or from the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, Rory Townsend looked really good there. He led that he led that out. It was an incline. It wasn't an easy sprint, and obviously he wasn't contested, but maybe that was because he was pushing quite a decent pace there on the front, and the others thought, actually, it's not worth it.
So Rory Townsend started day 10th at 20 seconds. So he's pulled his gap back to 17 seconds. That's 18, so my brain's gone because I'm just working out as well. But for Josh Goliker as well, he started the day just ahead. He started in 7th at 18 seconds, and he's pulled that back. So both riders there. So Goliker 11th on the GC. So Josh Goliker 11th on 7th on GC rather, at 18 seconds. I'll rework that out for you. My apologies. Bear with me a second. So Josh Goliker 11th at 18 seconds at the start of the day. And then for Rory Townsend, starting the day 12th at 12th at 20 seconds. So they're pulling that back. So Josh Goliker at 17 seconds. Rory Townsend. But it's kind of immaterial as the day goes on. They want to win the stage here, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not thinking about, I mean, the bonus seconds are not really going to come into effect. They wouldn't be in the breakaway today if they were real GC contenders for the overall, so the bonus seconds are really irrelevant for them.
I'm interested in the dynamic around the front here as well. We just see Tudor Pro Cycling, Julien Alaphilippe, Matteo Trentin, both there. Ineos Grenadiers are there as well. We're seeing the teams riding as teams within that, which also assists in the communication, because we see, if we look down the bunch, they're very much together as teams in the whole formation here.
Yeah, today will be the real sort of start of the GC battle. So you see that the GC riders are being really looked after by their domestics. The roles within the team become very clear on a day like today. You know, we have riders that you know that their capabilities mean that they won't survive those climbs. So we use those riders early up, even if it seems like a waste of energy. If that provides a little bit of shelter for a GC rider, then it's worth it, because that rider won't make it into the finish anyway. They probably won't be suited to tomorrow either, so it's just about using up as much energy as you can to protect your GC rider.
And it's also one of those days as well that it's not severe enough for riders to worry about time limits and that kind of thing.
No, I mean, the race will really kick off, I think, with about 30 kilometres to go when we hit that circuit. I think Sunrising Hill will still have an impact before that, but within 30 kilometres, the riders that have worked all day won't lose enough time to be out of the race.
Our breakaway, Victor Vakuli on the front. He's looked super strong in both breakaways that he's been in. Victor Vakuli is from the Team Flanders Baloise team. It's been impressive. It's always good to start to see the riders really, and seeing the sort of riders they could become. He's 22 years old. He's not had any big pro wins. He was the king of the mountains in the Étoile de Bessèges earlier on in the season. So if you're starting to win those king of the mountains, it shows that you're a breakaway kind of rider.
Yeah, he's making a name for himself by getting in breakaways. He's clearly, you know, he's not a bunch sprinter, he's not a GC rider, but there is still room and definitely need for riders like him within the peloton. So to be consistently in the breakaways, it's impressive. It takes skill as well as judgment and your physicality. It's not just luck. There are riders who consistently get in breakaways, and those are riders that teams are really interested in.
And it is that for riders like Victor, it's that, and teams will as well. You would always think that teams are always seeing and hearing of riders, but it's not the case all the time. It's getting in this opportunity and being in not just one break in a week, but when you start to sneak into multiple breakaways in a week, especially from what is one of the big development teams in men's cycling is Flanders Baloise, that people start to take notice of you.
Yeah, he is in a development team, and he will be looking to progress his career, so it's about making sure that he jumps in these breakaways. He gets on result sheets like this from the sprint, and his name is out now.
So stage 4 coming to sprint. Rory Townsend takes that ahead of Josh Goliker and Victor Vakuli. We're still working really well together. The result of our Covington bonus sprint here on stage 4, Rory Townsend takes ahead of Josh Golka and Victor Bakuli. Cedric Berlins and Casper Pedersen sweep up the 3 and 1 points from the peloton behind. So Pedersen, as well for Casper Pedersen, it's from a day in the break to a day on the front.
Yeah, they're working him hard, but it makes sense. You know, you've got a fatigued rider from being in the breakaway all day. When you're looking at your riders and who you use on the front, you need to make a hierarchy of, firstly, their physicality, how it suits the parkour that's coming up, but also their fatigue levels, and it would make a difference. You know, he might be a similar rider to another rider within the group, but they decide to use him early today because obviously he's going to have more fatigue in his legs from yesterday.
How much chat and negotiation goes on amongst the riders at the front when you're trying to encourage, politely, everyone to work in the manner that they are now to control the break?
You can see that there's really good cooperation here between all teams and all riders. Everybody is contributing one rider each, I think, at the moment. And there's really no need for discussion. It's when a team that should really be taking responsibility isn't doing that, they may be encouraged politely to do their bit.
And you get that regular thing where there's a kind of a resigned shrug from a team, and they're like, no, we're and a lot of the time will that come from the team, that will come from the DSs behind.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience with women's cycling, I think it's sort of quite well known that a team like SD Works would be quite frustrating in the past because often they had the dominant favourites within the race, but often would avoid taking responsibility as long as possible, and that definitely came from their DS, Danny Stam. It was the way he played the game, and he played it very hard. So sometimes you also have to be mindful as a team that you don't become the people that will take over straight away. If you become a team that takes responsibility too quickly and early on in the race, then other teams will automatically start to look to you and expect you to do the job. Whereas SD Works, there became this kind of understanding amongst the peloton, oh, well, they won't do it, so we'll have to do it. So there's a lot of mind playing and game playing that goes on as well.
But what also happens as well, and what you've also got to be mindful of in that situation, especially on a day like today, is that this is our first general classification day, and what you don't want to do is completely over fatigue your team, so that if you do get the jersey, that they're then extra, they're then maybe more fatigued, you've used up more resources than you perhaps needed to do.
Yeah, that's true, but we have to bear in mind that, this isn't a Grand Tour. These riders are capable. They've done 3 sprint stages, so the riders will be relatively fresh. They have 3 stages ahead of them that are more difficult, but these riders are well capable of being able to handle that fatigue.
We're through 100 kilometres to go. That is our next tick-off objective of the day, especially on a long day such as this. Friz Hill will be our next objective. That comes in around 20 kilometres time. The top of Friz Hill will come with 76.2 kilometres to go. Then on to Fant Hill. That comes with 50.6 kilometres to go. And then our first real big point that we're thinking we're going to have today will be Sunrising Hill, which comes at 38.7 kilometres to go before we hit our finishing circuit. Friz Hill at 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer at the King of the Mountains point.
We might see riders who are high up there in the King of the Mountains points trying to sneak in a couple of extra points there because they're not really going to kick off on those climbs. Friz Hill and Fant Hill are both 3rd category climbs, only just over a kilometre long, average 4%. They're really not going to cause any damage to the peloton. Like you say, I expect Sunrising Hill at 38.7k to go to be the real sort of pinch point of the race before heading into the circuit at 30k to go. So not expecting too much from those first 3rd cat climbs that are pretty similar.
No, I'll just correct myself. It is 4, 3, 2 and 1 points, not 5, 3, 2 and 1. So 4, 3, 2 and 1 points are on offer at our Friz Hill and Fant Hill, and that Sunrising Hill we get up to 6 points. And then on each ascent of the Burton Dassett Country Park climb, there's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 point. So there is an opportunity today for someone, especially one of our breakaway riders, to really establish a good advantage in the King of the Mountains.
Yeah, and as we've said previously, nobody's actually really stuck their hat in the ring for that. It's quite an open competition. It's happened quite organically, the leader of that competition. So it would be a potential opportunity for a rider to come away from this race with something. But given the fact that the GC battle tomorrow will end on the tumble, where the points will be high, I'm not expecting that a non-GC rider will come away with the Mountains jersey.
So Victor Vakuli, he has 2 points in the King of the Mountains classification. Josh Goliker already has 3 points in that. So it'll be interesting as we get into the climbs to see, as they've already scored points, if there's any kind of, you know, discussion amongst the other 2 riders in the breakaway.
Yeah, what you have to bear in mind is at this point, these riders have been away for over 100 kilometres. They're most interested in trying to come away with stage results, so using up any energy, although it might seem small to us, going for a mountain sprint that actually you don't really have the long-term potential of winning is a waste of energy, and I doubt we'll see any real competition for that.
So out of our breakaway group, Berlin's on the front. I've been really impressed with Lotto over the course of this race, both with how they've sort of acquitted themselves in this, but also in the lead-outs as well. It's been really good to see how they've been working for Milan Menton. Yeah, they've been really present within the race. They've been really proactive at the start of the race. They've often been the ones pushing the breakaway. We saw Stockbrew, was it yesterday? Day before? really pushing on the breakaway and not giving up until the very end. So they're clearly here with an aggressive objective and here to race. Tymon Aresman out of the saddle for Ineos Grenadiers, and hopefully Tymon Aresman, he had a tough crash. Geraint Thomas going for a rear wheel change here, and when Tymon went down, Geraint Thomas was straight with him. So Geraint was just letting the fan have the bottle, but I think the car took it out on the way there. Yeah, I think he tried to chuck it across and the car took it out. Go for a rear wheel change. Just doesn't want to give up that beautiful bike, does he? That personalised bike, I don't blame him. It's a really nice paint job. They've done a good job there. It's the last hurrah for Geraint Thomas. Yeah, it's a really nice way for him to finish on home roads in Cardiff. I think they've planned a big party for him in Cardiff Castle as well, so a deserving swan song for him. Definitely, if you fancy going to the party, give Geraint Thomas a follow on social media. There are only limited places. I think there's about 4,000 tickets. But if anyone knows Geraint, it'll be a good party. Well, I think it's pretty impressive to have 4,000 people at your retirement party. Yeah, he's obviously a very popular person. He's done a lot for Welsh cycling over the years. He's you know, his career is unmatched, really, in terms of where he started on the track. Olympic champion to Tour de France winner. He's won classics. The longevity of his career and the diversity of his career is really something to be proud of. And if you love a cycling book, honestly, The World According to G is literally one of the funniest. It's one of the funniest sports books I've ever read. Oh really? I've not read it. I'll give it a go. It's very, very Geraint. It's very funny. I can recommend it if you love a cycling book, because it talks a lot about his life growing up. You know, coming from the Maindy track and Maindy flyers and going down, and it talks a lot about, you know, as a youngster when you're going out training and all those sort of experiences sort of taking all the way through. So it's a good read. I can recommend it. I'm not sure I want to know The World According to G though. He's a really funny guy, and yeah, like we said, just he's had a phenomenal career, and he really deserves
all the accolades that he's going to receive on Sunday.
What's though in terms of that transferable, the sort of transferable skills? Not skills is not the right word, but how track riders came, like Geraint, like Bradley Wiggins, came through and kind of reinvented themselves as Grand Tour riders, and to go from winning the 4,000 meter team pursuit twice, and then to go on to a career which, you know, included winning the Tour de France, because they're fairly different events.
They're very different. Yeah, they're very versatile riders, and I think it's actually really a brave and bold decision for me. If you're somebody who can win the Olympic team pursuit, also classics, to make the decision to actually go, I'm going to try and win the Tour de France. Obviously he had the physical capability, but also the mentality to put himself through that, to try and win the hardest race in the world when he's capable of winning so many other things, is really impressive to me.
And that's it, is because the sacrifice from the track and riding the 4,000 meter pursuit to the team pursuit, to the sacrifices that you would need. I mean, the control in terms of everything around the training, nutrition, everything that you would need to win the Tour de France. I mean, it must be two extremes.
Yeah, it's not to undermine the sacrifice that a track rider would make, but to win even any other road rider who's winning classics, to win the Tour de France is a very different ball game. And I remember seeing firsthand the sacrifices that G would make. We'd be out training, and you know, a decent 5-hour ride in the winter, and most of us would stop in a cafe, have a quick coffee and a sandwich, and he'd be outside doing laps. You know, he wouldn't stop, and that's just a small take on what it takes, spending so much time away from his young family, being, you know, away from home, racing incredibly hard. The sacrifice to win a 3-week Grand Tour, the mental aspect of it, the focus for 3 weeks, is not something that many riders can do.
And is it the physiology of a track rider and that effort that you're making as a team pursuiter and that sort of thing that can then help to transfer into being an incredible road rider like that?
I think there was a generation of British cycling athletes that came through on the track that were exposed to professionalism, to marginal gains and things like that a lot earlier than the road were. You know, the professionalism of the track that these riders were exposed to is something that road really is only just really catching up on. So I think from the very beginning, G has been under the guidance of very good coaches, and you can see that he's a special athlete. Not every athlete can go from the track to winning the Tour de France. So yes, it's about having that adaptable physiology, which he does.
And he's kind of blazed the trail for the riders like the rider in front of him, Fred Wright.
Yeah, we have an incredible amount of professional riders now in both the men's and the women's British peloton.
Geraint Thomas, Welsh Dragon, heading home tomorrow. We've got 87.7 to go. So while Geraint Thomas is on the back of the bunch, Tudor Pro Cycling are on the front, along with Pickx now and Soudal Quick-Step. Working well, but still a breakaway group, but the gap now coming down under 3 minutes as we head towards the hills, and Frizz Hill will be our first climb of the day, the first categorized climb of the day in just over 10 kilometers time. Rory Townsend, Irish national champion here, just on the front of the bunch.
He looks really comfortable and consistent. I think he's been doing the lion's share of the work in the breakaway there, so he's doing as much as he can to stay away as long as possible there.
And is that a water bottle they've got down the front of the jerseys here?
Yeah, it looks like it. You know, maybe the team cars have gone back now and said we're going to look after the other riders in the back of the peloton, take on an extra bead on. Maybe it may be that they don't want to throw it away, but the rule is that you are allowed to throw it off to a fan, so I'd be surprised if that's the reason why.
And maybe there's been some wind tunnel testing about the advantage of a bidon down the front of your jersey.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, you see time trialists often now placing things. I mean, it's what you can get away with. Obviously, as a woman, there are certain advantages, and riders definitely try and take advantage of that when they can.
And as you said, like the radio, the fastest position for your radio is as well down the front of your jersey.
Yeah, that's the fastest position for your radio, definitely.
So you can see Rory Townsend has just got his on the back on the left, and as I think you said as well, you know, sometimes if you have it right in the middle of your back, it can be a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would find that it would rub on my spine or even on my ribs. I'd find it uncomfortable, but that is usually where the pocket is sewn into. So it's not just resting in his back. There's a pocket inside your skin suit that holds it.
So my thoughts here, I feel that Great Britain are going to want to keep this King of the Mountains jersey, and with Josh Goliker getting in the break on day one, I think we're going to have I think we might have a bit of a battle between Bakuli and Goliker for the King of the Mountains jersey today.
I hope so. Yeah, you know, it's not just about, for some of these guys, it's not just about taking the jersey away at the end of the stage races. It's about getting on the podium every day. So yeah, they've got nothing to lose by trying to go for it. It depends on their fatigue. You know, they'll have that communication. He'll be speaking to Matt Bramier in the car, and he will be telling him whether it's something that they want to go for or not, and he can relay back how he's feeling. If he's on the limit, you know, he wouldn't go for it because he doesn't want to waste that energy.
And that's it. It's still that focus. Even if that gap comes tumbling down, there's still that focus. There's always that hope, isn't there, that you might be able to find something here to stay away.
Yeah, they still have, you know, close to 3 minutes. It's 85k to go. We know we're heading into the hardest part of the race. But if they are able to just get ahead before the fireworks happen, they can sort of buffer themselves and potentially slot in again when that lead group comes across to them.
It is a beautiful sunny day here for the riders after a few rainy days in the Tour of Britain. So that helps as well. Big motivation as well to be out in front on a sunny day. Olaf Koy, our green jersey, just moving up towards the front. Just moving up within the group. You can see there, in the yellow and black there, the team of Visma Lease bikes. We've seen him quite a lot, you know, just chilling down the back, and we're now starting to see him also move through towards the front.
Yeah, they're starting to get organised together. It's just easier to communicate when you're all together. So coming into this part of the race, we know that things might happen, attacks might take place, and you need to be, as a unit together, in a position where you can react really quickly.
Our peloton just starting to get into this little kick here, little kicker. And then from there, another short little descent, another little climb, and then we drop down and then just really start building into our first categorized climb of the day. We have 84 kilometres to go here on stage 4 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Men. From Atherstone to Burton Dassett Country Park. It's a long day for the riders today, 186.9 kilometres. Our breakaway group made up of Rory Townsend from Ireland. We have, and the Q36.5 team, we have Cedric Berlands from the team of Lotto. He's on the front in the red. In the blue and white, the red, white and blue stripes down his back is Josh Goliker of the Great Britain national team, and in the white, blue and yellow colours of Team Flanders Balwaza is Victor Bakuli. And Goliker and Bakuli already in breakaways so far in this Tour of Britain. Rory Townsend has been sprinting well in this race so far. Really has been acquitting himself really well, Rory Townsend, in the sprints. He was 9th on stage 1. He finished 5th on stage 2, and I think he was just not far away yesterday as well. So again, I think as well it speaks volumes of Rory's versatility in terms of, you know, getting up there in those bunch sprints in the open days and now deciding he wants a day in the break today.
Well, I think that's the reason he is in the break today, because he's had such a consistent sprint over the last 3 days. It makes sense for him to try and be up in the front. If he stayed in the peloton today, there's not much that he could add for his teammates unless he was trying to control the breakaway. So the best place for him to be today is absolutely in the breakaway.
Yeah, good to see him up there. See a bit of a discussion going on here around the front between the riders from Stidal Quick-Step. And quite happy, quite comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that they're all pretty comfortable. They're sharing their load equally as well. So it means that if they need to, when they want to, they will close this gap pretty quickly.
And we expect Remco Evenepoel to be a rider that we will watch out for as the day goes on. Remco's looked like over the last couple of days that he's definitely motivated to do something here. So I'm quite excited to see what he does today.
Yeah, he's heading into a really important part of the season. I think he'll want to come away from this race with confidence. And the best way to do that is obviously to come away with a victory. Going into the World Championships, he doesn't want his last memory to be not finishing the Tour de France. He wants to turn that around and go into the World Championships with a really good mindset, and it's a brilliant opportunity here for him to be able to do that. And
you won the World Championships yourself. What is the prep between now and Rwanda for someone like Remco?
It's a little bit different because Rwanda is altitude, so the preparation for riders has been quite complicated to manage their European schedules, as well as making sure that they've got enough time at altitude as well. So each rider has approached it differently. It's a little bit different as well because we have the Europeans straight after the World Championships, and then of course the season continues. It doesn't just finish there. You've got Lombardia, which I'm sure will be a target of his as well. Preparation will be all taken care of by performance teams. It'll be incredibly well thought out, a thorough plan, and he will be just going through the process. I think preparation, you get confidence from knowing that you've prepared as best as you possibly can. That's how I felt going into the World Championships, that I'd done everything I possibly can, that I'd created this plan to perfection and I'd followed it. So he will be looking to do that. He will be looking to come out of this race according to plan. So, you know, get through it safely, come out with confidence and have some racing load.
And that plan would have been put in place from the beginning of the season. It must have been, from your perspective as well, when you won your world title, in terms of all the training that you do, all the racing that you do throughout the season, with all those other objectives throughout the year along the way.
Yeah, when I won my world title, I was actually coaching myself. So what I would do was phase plan, and phase planning is something that you can do as a leader because you have the ability to pick and choose your race program. It doesn't change according to if another rider in the team gets sick or injured. As a domestique, it's much more difficult to kind of plan your peaks in performance. That's the challenge that a lot of domestiques face, because if a rider is injured, then suddenly their training plans are changed. But obviously Remco, like you say, will have had a plan from the beginning of the year that he's been able to stick to because he is the leader in that team and the priority in that team. Obviously that, you know, changes happen. Pulling out of the Tour de France, I'm sure, wasn't part of the plan, and small adaptations will be made, but the confidence he will have from knowing that it's a plan made by a performance team will be invaluable.
The sign at the side there, Geraint, I'll miss you. I think we're all going to miss him. We had the thanks for fans. I love how much work all our fans, not just our young fans, but all our fans are putting into their signs along the side in this race.
Yeah, it's been a really positive race in terms of people coming out and supporting it, particularly given the fact we've had bad weather. I mean, look at this high street here. It's really well supported. Really good to see.
I believe we're going through Wellersbourne here. So Wellersbourne Primary School, home to one of several bike bus initiatives in Warwickshire. So it's something that we're really enjoying as well. Hearing about all the bike buses and active travel for the school children along the side. It must be difficult as well then for riders within teams who may be going to a World Championship, who may be the only rider from their country or come from smaller nations. In terms of them, they may have the ability to win a world title, but then they don't get to have that sort of approach that a Remco Evenepoel or a Tadej Pogacar might have.
Yeah, that's why the world title is so hard to win. It's not just about your physical performance, it's about having a team that can support you. I mean, Tadej, doesn't have the strongest world team in the world, although Slovenia is getting incredibly strong now in the world of cycling, perhaps due to his status in the sport and the impact that he has had on the next generation. We see so many young Slovenians coming through with an incredible future. So it works both ways, though. I think sometimes if you have a smaller team, you have the freedom. You don't have to take on the responsibility within the race. You know, we've seen a team like Belgium, for instance, with Remco, having to sort of discuss or fight over leadership with Wout van Aert in the past. So sometimes it's not always in your interest to be in the strongest team. You see that with the Dutch women, for instance. You know, that's been famously sort of commented on over the years. And yeah, it's a tricky dynamic sometimes, especially when you're racing for a national team. You don't have that same camaraderie that you do within your trade team. So there's a lot of expectation on just turning up and professionalism, really, when you're riding for your nation.
Ben Wiggins just back towards the team car here. Another rider in the world of cycling, comes from some famous genes.
Yeah, he's got the pedigree, that's for sure.
And we're heading now towards our first King of the Mountains point of today, our first categorized climb. For the general classification, big names have been floating around the front of this peloton. Remco Evenepoel, that we've been talking about a lot in that gold helmet. And we have here Friz Hill is our first categorized climb of the day, 1.2 kilometers in length. It's an average of 4%. It's a category 3 climb. And going into the day, Ben Chilton of the Great Britain national team at the top of the King of the Mountains with 7 points. Mats Wenzel, who was with him in the break yesterday, with 6. Andreas Stockpro with 4 points. Where there's all to play for. 4, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer at the top of the climb.
You can see there with the Lotto rider just sitting off the back, getting a bottle within a kilometre to go to the King of the Mountains points, that there isn't really any stress or kind of tension in the group there that they're going to split up over that climb. It'll be interesting to see who goes for the points here. I think you might be right that GB Cycling might want to take a jersey home today, and it would be in their interest to do so.
So Josh Goliker on the front, Victor Vakuli there in second wheel. Rory Townsend, we know Rory loves a jersey as well. He loves chasing a jersey, so I wouldn't be surprised here if Rory Townsend also fancies a chance at the King of the Mountains here.
No, we saw in the sprint as well that he was clearly stronger than the rest, and this has a similar profile actually to the sprint. It's 100 metres to go here on the King of the Mountain points, but you can see that it really flattens off there over the top.
It does. Josh Goliker on the front. Victor Vakulis, that second wheel. Are they just going to roll over the top? We've got the 500 metre to go point to the top of the climb here. It's not a mountain. Expect a bit of a sprint here at the top. Cedric Berland's on the back. Got a bottle at the bottom. I think we might have a bit of a sprint here at the top. I'm sensing that they all would feel within it that there is an opportunity to get themselves on the podium at the end of this one. So lining it up, we're going to have a full sprint here. Victor Vakuli goes. Josh Goliker tries to react, but Vakuli, we saw him on the opening day putting in sprints like this at the summit, but it is the Team Flanders Balwaza rider that takes maximum points over the top of the first categorized climb of the day. That's what you call intent, I think, in terms of challenging for this jersey.
Yeah, there was a clear difference there, wasn't there, between those who were interested and weren't. Just wanting to chat there, I think, after the line. I think he was just encouraging them there to just freewheel and get the group back together as quick as possible.
Was just get that group working again quickly. And they have it. There's through the line. The other two riders in the break come through. So Rory Townsend, Cedric Berlands are back with them, and Townsend straight through, back up to speed So no time lost there at all. So that is our first climb behind us. The next one will be Fant Hill. That's our next categorised climb with 50.6 to go. But I think this shot here just shows the sort of day that we're on in terms of the type of route that we have and the way it just it's just been rolling for the whole day.
Yeah, they accumulate 2,000 metres of climbing, so it's not been at all an easy day. It can be quite relentless riding on British roads. You don't really, I always think you feel the uphills, but you don't feel the downhills. They're quite soggy and heavy roads. It's a long stage today, so there will be a certain amount of accumulated fatigue.
They are back working. There's our result for Friz Hill. So Victor Vakuli takes 4, Josh Goliker takes 3, Rory Townsend takes the 2, and Cedric Berlins takes the 1. So that emerges now as we head on to our next climbs. Will be Josh Goliker and Vakuli in terms of how they're going to battle it out over the climbs to come, and also how close to the finish they get in terms of the amount of climbs that they've got, because they'll be wanting to try, I mean, they want to go all the way to the finish, but they're going to want to take this at least until the third King of the Mountains with 2 to go, given that we've got 6 points on offer at the top of the second, the penultimate and the final climb.
Yeah, you might find that somebody like Goliker isn't considering measuring his effort until the finish line. Like you say, he's considering measuring it until the last points available that he thinks he can score on the mountain. So he might be emptying himself for that finish line rather than the actual end.
But our peloton, the battle for the general classification emerging today, and a long day is ticking by quite quickly as the peloton just crest the summit here of Friz Hill, our first climb of the day. It is the time, the length of this stage at just under 190 kilometres plus our 8.3 is still rolling on quite quickly.
Yeah, it looks easy, doesn't it? But we've kind of been lulled into this the previous days, thinking it looks all kind of hunky-dory and a bit of a procession. But the procession is moving at speed. You know, they've averaged 47k an hour, I think, the other day. So you know, it's not as easy as it looks often on TV. And we see that the peloton is in a bit of a procession. Everybody's just happy to stay in their lane, stay with their team. Everything is very much under control at the moment.
So Sprint 1 and KOM 1 are behind us. We will have Fant Hill to come with 50.6 kilometres to go. Our breakaway still holding 2 minutes and 55 seconds. A lot of chat going on for the Flanders Valoise team car. Just coming up, just to have a chat here with Victor Vakuli. Job done on the first climb there for Vakuli.
He probably just wants to know the situation with the mountain points, given that he's just done that sprint, and he probably wants to kind of assess where Josh Goliker is in the standings behind him, see how many points he needs to score, and they'll be having that discussion there.
These are very experienced sport directors behind. And the Flanders Valoise team, for me, I mean, I've known Hans de Klerk, their director sportif, for many, many years, and they're one of those teams that for them, their life and existence is bittersweet in a way, because Hans was always saying that their whole goal is to find Flandrian talent, bring it through, develop it, and then let it fly and just let it go. And they have this kind of, they're always on this search for riders for the team, but also it's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really tough in the way that cycling is managed. You know, it's not like football where you have the transfer market. You do see that you have teams that develop these amazing talents and they get results, but then unfortunately they can't afford to keep them the next year. So I really I love the fact that somebody like William Gourmet stayed with Monty. He stayed with a smaller team and kind of had that loyalty there, and has brought that team up with him almost. But it's understandable when riders don't. You know, they're working hard and coming up with results that earn them these huge contracts from bigger teams with more resources, which inevitably make that rider take another step. So it's, yeah, the system is a little bit fragile in that way. It doesn't work definitely all the time, I think.
And I think that, I mean, we've been chatting a lot about, we've been trying to change the whole business model of cycling this week. We've been doing that. I think as well the transfer market, especially the transfers from the continental teams, from the smaller teams, from the pro-conti teams, the development teams like Flanders Baloise, who are an independent team. They're not the Devo team for Bahrain Victorious or Jumbo Visma or EF Education Easy Post. They're a separate entity, and it is one thing that you look at non-league football and you look at the way they bring youngsters through in football, and then that team may well earn money from that player that they've developed for the entirety of their career, and maybe this is something within cycling, especially for those smaller teams that do struggle for sponsors and struggle for budget, because of that is their remit. They develop riders. That rider may not win a race, but with Tom Crapper, who's been finishing second on sprints, automatically a team would be like, I want that rider. I can see the talent in that. So maybe that is a thing that needs to sort of come in to help the base of the pyramid within teams.
Exactly, it's about the base of the pyramid. You've hit the spot on there. I think we see in women's cycling as well, there's been this huge progression, very fast progression, and we're in danger of not having that lower level of team because the model doesn't work at the moment. Sponsors need to be encouraged to continue with the smaller teams because they are so important for the development of the sport. You can't have, not every rider is a Remco, not every rider can jump up from junior to World Tour, so there has to be those stepping stones, and there's a really valid place, an important place in cycling for those teams and those sponsors.
There is, and within the teams as well, and we talked earlier on about Rory Townsend and the pathway that he took, and it was exactly that one, small continental team, and now building up, and he's a big personality, Rory, and he's got a really big future, and I think his big win is really going to kind of lead him on to other great things, I feel. Rory Townsend, Q36.5, the Irish national champion, a member of our breakaway group here. Josh Goliker on the back for the Great Britain national team. Great to see them in. And I think for a lot of races, Lizzie, in terms of I always think it's a great thing to have a national team within a stage race as well. I really like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great opportunity for riders. It's important as well to ride together with your national team, especially if you're going to go on in the future to ride as part of the senior team and look to become a world champion, to have no experience really with riding with your national team. It's kind of a disadvantage if you come to a world championship and you haven't experienced that environment and how they work, because it is different to how they work in a pro team. And there's a sense of pride as well that comes with representing your country.
Yes, we have a little look at Compton Verney here, a Georgian manor house turned art gallery, boasting world-class art with history dating back to the Saxon period, surrounded by Capability Brown's landscapes. It's Compton Verney. 69.4 kilometres of our stage remaining, and our breakaway group working well together. Josh Goliker, strong breakaway rider, and I think there's riders as well that he's one of the EF Education Evolo development team riders, and I don't know what you think, but if you kind of look to their elite team with riders like Ben Healy and that must as well sort of inspire the Devo team. And what you would look at Josh here, he's a great sprinter, but kind of got that sort of that fire to be in the breakaways, just like Ben Healy does so successfully.
Yeah, it's brilliant for them to be in a development team because you have access to the World Tour facilities within a team, and you get a taste of what's possible if you make that step up to World Tour. So not everything is a shock when you do it, and like you say, Ben Healy is he's still a young guy and has been, I'm sure, an inspiration to a lot of the British and Irish riders.
And it must be a big moment as well for a rider, and especially for those riders coming through, when you get to pull on that national team kit, especially for the first time. It's such a big thing to aspire to, isn't it? It is within any sport, whether that's football, rugby, you know, anything.
Yeah, I still remember getting my first Team GB kit. Yeah, absolutely. It's not something that you should take for granted. It's a very different feeling. You feel, especially like if you get to race in the UK, you feel, you know, everybody sees that you're part of the British team, and you almost feel like every shout along the roadside is for you. So yeah, I really hope they're enjoying the experience.
I mean, that's what Ben Chilton alluded to yesterday, and after being in the break all day and in that Great Britain national team kit, it just singles it out, which is why, again, I think for a legacy of a race almost, that the fans, and for those people along the side who are probably not cycling fans, and you were talking as well earlier about our focus on national teams, is they can identify straight away with that. There's a little Vulcan bomber along the side. We get some great sights around our course. And again, this is what our sport does, and this is what I know a lot of fans tune in and watch for, especially within the Tour de France, is the countryside and the beauty of it. I mean, I've been doing this job a long time. I've been very, very lucky to go to a lot of amazing places in the world. But it's that sort of, cycling's a great postcard and great marketing thing for countries, isn't it, to show off the great stuff that they have?
Yeah, the aerial shots in particular, like we see here, you can appreciate what a beautiful country we have in the UK, I think. Obviously, we're not going soaring over the Alps, but I think there's still a lot to be said for the British countryside, and we've had some really nice shots this week.
Definitely. I think I often sit here and do this, and I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna go give that a visit, or, you know, go and have a little bike ride there, or, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, that's all. You know, that's also how it works. It's important for the start towns, the finish towns, the towns along the way. They invest in races like this, so it's important that we showcase what those towns have to offer and make the most of them. And
this, what again, appreciating everyone here coming out in their houses. This is very Belgian. You know, when you go to Belgium and you go to a kermesse, they get races coming through, they get the barbecue down the end of the garden, get a little cooler going on with the beers in there and that kind of thing.
They do typically in Belgium. Yeah, Belgian fans are brilliant. But, you know, I think in the UK, it doesn't matter what sport it is. It really sort of brings the community out and brings the community together. I'm not a football fan, but if the Lionesses are in the Euros final, I'm out watching or being part of a community event. And I think often in this country, we're brilliant at making sport a community event.
Yeah, and I think that is the beauty of sport, you know, and cycling is, again, it's a very, you look at all these multinational teams that we've got and all these people around the world, and I always just think, you know, within teams, you know, as you said, I think you said a couple of days ago, you learn so much from each other within a team.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to ride with riders from all over the world, and I've really enjoyed learning from different people's cultures and experiencing. I mean, we're all so different, aren't we? And so eclectic mix. The best teams are always the biggest mix of personalities and cultures.
So as the peloton racing through the countryside here in Warwickshire today, and we have 66 kilometres to go. Next objective, Fant Hill. So you can see the pressure maybe up a little bit more, given we got a nice long straight line here at the front of the peloton.
I think there's probably, you know, a slight headwind, and people know that they're in a safe position. There's no need to go and ride up in the wind at the front. Everything is under control. Everybody's just settled in on the wheel. There's no real danger of any action happening here for the next sort of 30 kilometres for the peloton, so everybody's just settling in.
We're very much playing a waiting game here at the moment. Another rider that I'm quite interested in today is Sam Watson. We know he's very explosive. He's a great sprinter. He can get up there in the bunch sprints, but he's another young rider that we're just starting to get a glimpse of. He's only 23, and he's a rider that we're only now starting to get a glimpse of the rider he could be.
Yeah, he's had another great season. He's been brilliant this week as well. He's already had a podium, and I think given the nature of the final climb, Burton Dassett, I think it's a power climb. It's an explosive climb, and like you say, I think it'd be really interesting to see what he's capable of there. I think he will. He can definitely pull off a result on that climb.
And it was a great result taking that British national jersey, and that must be another thing as well. I mean, you know, you've had national jerseys, world champs jerseys as well, and it must be. I mean, it must be pretty cool when you get that delivery and the team rock up with your new kit, because you can really go to town, can't you?
I love it, and do you know, I love the British jersey as well in particular, because we have very strict rules around our jersey. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes teams play around with a national champions jersey because they want it to fit in with the sponsors or whatever, but as a British champion there are very strict rules. It has to be a very simple jersey, so you are guaranteed a nice sharp looking white jersey.
And it must as well. It must help your teammates, because it does glow in the jersey, doesn't it? That bright white jersey.
Yeah, it does, and you get used to certain riders who are sort of consecutive national champions in their jerseys, and then when it all changes in June and July, it takes a couple of weeks to get used to the new national champions.
I've really struggled to pick out Pfeiffer Georgie since this season, since that jersey changed hands to Millie Cousins, because that just became part of Pfeiffer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, did she win twice, 3 times so far? I mean, it'll not be her last one, that's for sure, but a brilliant result for Millie Cousins this year. I was really pleased to see her step up and make a result for herself. She's been a brilliant teammate over the years. I've seen her development, so to see her come away with that individual result was really satisfying.
So a little bit of discussion here on the fronts. And we are seeing as well, as Remco Evenepoel looking very cool and comfortable within the front part of the peloton. His teammates have been working hard here. There's Oscar Only. Oscar Only there, just in the middle of your picture, wearing the orange and blue colours there of the Picnic Postinel team. Another 94 you're watching out for today. Oscar Only 4th in the Tour de France. Remco Evenepoel right in the centre of your picture in the blue on the gold bike, the gold helmet for Remco. Off to pastures new next year, and then the 2 Tudor Pro Cycling riders behind him, and the whole host of Ineos Grenadiers are all lined out at 2:19. So it has steadied now, the gap.
Yeah, but as we've said before, on the front of the peloton, they're just in complete control. It seems like they're just really slowly picking away at this. Nobody's making any real great efforts on the front. They're sharing it out equally. So no real, I don't think we'll see any riders popping off from the front yet. You know, they haven't put the foot down just yet.
It's going to be interesting to see how late they leave it, in terms of whether they go penultimate time up, first time up, or leave it down to a big sprint.
Well, the thing is, the GC riders, the GC contenders that we expect to sort of kick off today, they don't have any teammates up front, so it's not really in their interest to leave them out there, to make sure that their teammates get, you know, if they had a teammate in the front, they'd probably time it differently, but I expect them to catch before the circuit.
62 kilometres to go. Fan Hill is our next objective along the route. Our breakaway group of 4 holding now at 2 minutes and 16 seconds. The pressure on the peloton, bit of a headwind. All the teams lined out together, very much in formation here as we run towards our circuits at Burton Dassett Country Park. We have 3 ascents of that climb. Before we get to that, though, we have Fant Hill and Sunrising Hill for the riders to deal with. But our breakaway group, Rory Townsend, Josh Goliker, Cedric Berlans and Victor Vakuli, still holding that advantage here with 61.5 kilometres to go. And the categorised climbs along the route, we've got plenty more that aren't uncategorised before we get to that point as well.
Yeah, it just gets lumpier and lumpier towards the end, doesn't it? I think, yeah, Fant Hill, we'll see Victor Vakuli probably going for the points again. And then I think Sunrising Hill will be a moment where these workers that we see here working on the front will pop, because I expect that's where it'll really start to kick off. Although it's hard, you know, a rider like Oscar Onley for the last 30 kilometres, he needs the race to be as hard as possible. Not necessarily for today's stage. He might think that Matthew Brennan can hold on today, but it's about making sure that going into tomorrow's race, that today has been as hard as it possibly can be. There's no need to make it hard yet. It wouldn't have an impact. They need the terrain to make it hard enough, so they'll wait until Sunrising Hill, and then I think that's when they'll really start to attack the race.
And that's 38.7 kilometres to go, and that sort of feels to me, if I kind of draw a comparison, something like Tour of Flanders, where we start to get into those early climbs in that one, it sort of seems that we might get, looking at it on VeloViewer, it might just get that first little dig to sort of thin the peloton down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the tactic I would expect from somebody like Pickx Posternel is to make that last 40 kilometres just as hard as they possibly can. It's to their advantage to blow the race to pieces, really.
And they've got Mathieu van Havel, Timo de Jong in their lanes. That's Sean Flynn and John Degenkolb to help Oscar Onley in this one today. And again, for someone like Oscar, who had such a big July and such a big Tour de France, I suppose this is a good test of how has he recovered off the back of that one, and that's important for the team, isn't it, as he goes forward, in terms of, okay, how well does he recover?
Yeah, and how do they manage his seasons going forwards? It's hard, I think, now, because we have somebody like Tadej Pogacar who performs all year round. He's very different to somebody like Vingegaard, who almost does the Tour de France or he does the Vuelta and then he shuts it down. He doesn't often do, I don't think he's done a Lombardia yet. So it's important, I think, for riders like Oscar Onley and other GC contenders to manage their own programme, and he's still discovering what he's capable of in the season. He's performed consistently all year round, but whether he can maintain that, whether he can pull out something at the World Championships is yet to be seen, and only experience is can he really find that out.
We'll see what this. We're almost in that sort of anticipation. We're sort of in that holding pattern, aren't we, in terms of what we're expecting today?
Yes, well, there's a couple of riders that we're sort of wondering what to expect from them. Like you were saying before, Matthew Brennan. We know he's a proven sprinter. We think we know what he's capable of. Today we think suits him really well, but obviously going into tomorrow, into the tumble, into a longer climb, we're still not sure yet, so it's going to be really interesting.
And that's what makes these races so special, in terms of this development and evolution of riders, and that's why the Tour of Britain has always been such an important race within the calendar.
Yeah, it's a short stage race as well, so it gives people the opportunities to test out their ability at stage race riding without, jumping into a Paris-Nice or something like that. So it gives people the opportunity, young riders, to see what they're capable of in a stage race.
Because indeed, that gap now, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. It's been very much as well, just the two riders from Soudal Quick-Step, our one rider from Pickx Posternel, and then our one rider from Tudor Pro Cycling, for them on the front. And knowing Matteo Trentin, we know that 2019 was a while ago, but he'll come back into this one with confidence, thinking that he could do this today.
I think so, yeah. I mean, he is their best option in this race, I would say. Alaphilippe is as we know, a great champion. He hasn't had that kind of form recently, so you know, he pushed on in the Tour de France. He had a couple of goes, but nothing really pulled off. This is a completely different race. Maybe he will try and attack. He has nothing to lose, but like we said, Trentin is their best option today. He's proven that he could follow Mathieu van der Poel the last time 6 years ago, but still, you've got that in your bag of tricks. So it'd be nice to see him pull off a result today.
Yeah, Rory Townsend we saw just sitting up and stretching his back. Josh Goliker on the back. He won the fan vote for the Combativity Award on day one, and that's important as well, that we've got to let viewers know that if they want to vote for today's Combativity Award, that they do that on the Lloyds Tour of Britain socials, and that was one that we looked on with interest when Josh got that one. It was very much a fan. That was definitely a fan favourite vote, that one on day one.
Yeah, and you never know, he could do it again today. I mean, he was the guy who created the break at the beginning, so he can deserve it twice.
Yeah, it'd be good to see him take that one. So don't forget, if you want to vote for your... we've still got a way to go, but if you want to vote for your favourite rider or the rider you feel deserves the Combativity Award, you could do that on the Lloyds Tour of Britain socials. And we're very much in this holding pattern now, this standoff between the breakaway and the peloton. And perhaps I think after Fant Hill, if we get to Sunrising Hill, the breakaway have got to look at the gap, and then it has got to be, okay, it's go time for the second time today.
Yes, they will start to feel like the hunt is on soon. They've been out all day. It's an incredibly difficult task now for them to be able to make it to the finish line, but they have nothing to lose by pushing it as much as they can, and they'll be conserving themselves now, measured effort, and waiting until those climbs to really push on and try and make sure that they're ahead of any potential move that comes across to them.
So as we head towards our next climb along the route, the riders will turn at Shipton and Listowel and head. They've got a tailwind up the next climb. 50 kilometers an hour for our peloton. So you can see as well that difference, and we're starting when we get the speed on screen from our break at 43 k's an hour, and it also does depend where they are on the road, but you are seeing now that sort of 5+ kilometre an hour difference between the break and the peloton, which is why that gap starts to come down.
Yeah, we're going through Shipston on Store now. We saw another school out. You're right, yeah. I think that the breakaway inevitably will start to slow down. The fatigue will start to take effect here. In the peloton, they're still sharing out the workload, and the overall speed is higher than in the front, so that means that the gap is on its way down.
And as the rider on the front, again, you've got to be a bit of a mathematician, haven't you, to be able to write, okay, I'm sitting at this speed, the gap is sitting at this, and then are you sort of making that mental note of what you need to up it to in terms of trying to calculate what you actually need to do to bring that back?
Yeah, sometimes it will be down to the rider themselves. Sometimes riders will just rely on information from the team car. Some riders rely on their speedometer. I would use my speed rather than my power in an instance like this, because you want to try and assess, you know, if I can hold 50k an hour, then they're not going to be able to hold 50k an hour in front. It's easier to kind of work on speed rather than your power output.
And in suppose in that situation, you then, when you're making that calculation, if you then hear the gap and then see the blackboard come up, you think, oh, easy Tiger, I'm going too big too quick here.
Yeah, there's definitely moments where you've gone too fast, you've pushed on too fast, and you have to back off again. So, but you know, that's fine. You're able to alter that in the front.
And is that just, again, just quite quickly just easing back?
Yeah, I mean, if you take the pressure off the pedals, you can make a gap go out by 20-30 seconds pretty quickly.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, because your breakaway, just if they're setting consistent speed and
Yeah.
Do you ever get that situation as well when you're around the front of the bunch and everyone just looks around and is like, and then they start to take it up and you're like, okay, no, whoa, we don't want this to come back quite yet.
Yeah, definitely. You communicate with other teams that are around you, and sometimes it can be quite frustrating if you have an inexperienced rider who sometimes just doesn't know their own strength and is pushing on. You kind of have to say to them, come on, back off.
Because we're now seeing the gap come down under 2 minutes. We very much feel like on what is a long day today here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain that we are starting to see the build-up into what is going to be the first big decisive day in this year's general classification. 50.6 kilometres to go is the top of Fant Hill, and there is a battle we feel emerging between Victor Vercouly in the yellow, blue and white colours of Flanders Baloise and the rider in the white and blue there for the Great Britain national team, Josh Goliker. Rory Townsend in the Irish national champions jersey. And Cedric Burnham's in the red of Lotto. We just saw Josh just patting his pockets there as well. He needs to maybe have a little bit of a schooling there from the Lizzie Deignan School of Pocket Organisation.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he definitely needs to be. His pockets look empty there, actually. I hope he's got enough fuel on board. If not, he'll be calling Matt Bramier up, I'm sure.
Well, that's that point as well. When you've been in the breakaway, when you're in the break in that position as well? Are you generally consuming more when you're out there in the break?
Yes, definitely. You consume way more when you're in the front. And sometimes that's the issue, when we're talking about nutrition plans in the morning of a race. If, the nutritionist at home on the computer has looked at the profile and thought, oh, it's not a calorie-heavy day, but they haven't seen the dynamic of the race. They haven't understood that you're going to be in the breakaway. You can't foresee that. So, it is down to the rider judgment as well to have the experience to say, actually, today I need more.
And Josh Goliker on the back here. Just lining things up as well. He's had that bottle down the front of his jersey for quite a while as well. Is it all about the aero in this one, Josh Goliker? Just a chat with Victor Vercouly.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're having a chat there. Maybe they're discussing that they're, who's going to take the points, whether they just cruise through and don't disrupt the move like they did the last time. It's a very similar climb to the last climb, so it'll be interesting to see if they go for it again.
On to Fant Hill. Our second King of the Mountains of the day. The summit coming with 50.6 kilometres to go. It's a category 3 climb. It's 1.1 kilometres in length. It averages 4%. And we've got 4, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer at the top of this one. But Rory Townsend is going to lead it out. And we expect a battle. For me, Victor Vercouly seems to have a little bit more power than Josh Goliker in these sprints for the summit.
Yeah, absolutely. And he looked very determined to go for it. There was no second guessing his plan there. So he clearly knows that he wants to go for it.
And it's been good for them. I mean, that's the thing in terms of the days for them. It's important the time on the podium at the end of the stages, and it's not for him as well. We don't know. He's a rider that we don't know too well, but it's not outside of realms of reality that he could challenge potentially and take this King of the Mountains.
No, it would be a tactical game from now on for him. We know he's not an overall GC contender, but that doesn't mean that he can't get himself in front of the moves tomorrow and pick up some points before the final race kicks off.
And it is good to see a couple of riders targeting the King of the Mountains jersey. It is a prestigious competition within the race, but it does look like it's two riders that were in the break on day one that are going to fight out for this one. Rory Townsend on the back. May have other ideas, we don't know. The peloton though, they're trying through and onto the start of the climb. The gap is starting to come down. We're just a touch over a minute and a half now is the gap We're going to go back up to the sprint for the summit. Victor Vercouli opens it up on the front here. And the Team Flanders Baloise rider, he's definitely got designs on this blue jersey as the King of the Mountains. Goliker comes across the line in second. Berland's in third. Townsend crossing the line to take the 1 point. Victor Vercouli adds another 4 points to his tally. Let's just have a replay of the sprints for Vercouli as it opens up. He's got a really impressive acceleration.
Yeah, there was no signs of fatigue there. He really, when he put the hammer down, he got a gap straight away. We can see that the other riders as well are pretty comfortable to just let him do that. So he certainly looked fast.
Yes, it's good to see Victor Vercouli in action in the Tour of Britain. The result of our sprint at Fat Hill, Victor Vercouli takes the 4, Josh Goliker adds another 3, Cedric Berland and Rory Townsend 2 and 1 respectively. Eight points scored today for Victor Vercouli. And I think as we now go, Lizzie, to Sunrising Hill, this gap is going to come down quite quickly.
Yeah, you can see now that the riders in the peloton are not as comfortable just sat in procession like they were before. They're aware that they need to have good position coming into Sunrising Hill. So inevitably now, the group will start to speed up. The cumulative effect of fighting for positioning your GC riders means that the speed just edges up slightly. And I think that we will see a battle for Sunrising Hill for good position going into that, and that will be the start of trying to thin out the peloton for a really aggressive final on the circuit.
We're going to come down through Middle Tyso, then we've got a right turn into the bottom of the climb. So there is going to be a bit of a battle for position, I think, coming into that right turn, because it's pretty much a 90-degree right as we run in towards the climb.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if it's a case of the attack start or if it's more a case of somebody leading it out and putting the hammer down and making the speed in general very high. Hopefully we see some attacks.
Hopefully. We're waiting for the big guns to come out and play on Sunrising Hill. And the average gradient of Sunrising Hill, it averages 10%. But if you do look, it's got sort of up to almost, there's some little 12.5, 13.5% gradients that we can see. There's a lot of dark red on that climb, which generally when you look on your head
dark
unit,
red means danger. Yeah, absolutely. The unfortunate thing though is it's only a couple of 100 meters long, so even if you are gapped in a situation like that, with the peloton being so compact coming into it, you have that sliding room. The meters that you lose will soon be filled by other riders. So as soon as you're over the top of it, you immediately are back into the peloton. So unfortunately, I don't think it's long enough, but it will hurt.
It will do indeed. We'll go over Sunrising Hill, little bit of a rolling plateau, and then descend down towards the start of our finishing circuit, and that will come with around 30 kilometers to go, and then we will get our first run up the Burton Dassett Hills Country Park climb, one that's becoming quite famous in British cycling and within the Tour of Britain.
It's a brilliant finish. Yeah, it's great for spectators. You've got that vista from the top of it, and when you stood on the top looking down, you can actually see the action below you. So yeah, it's a really good climb for it's a really racy, aggressive climb.
What's also good though as well, and I love a finishing circuit. I think it's really good, especially something as tough as this, because it's quite brave, quite bold in terms of the course design to go multiple times up this climb. Normally we just run in and do it once.
Yeah, the last 30 kilometres is hard. 3 times up that climb is brilliant for fans, but also as a rider it gives you the opportunity to ride it, to understand where it hurts, where you're under pressure, or if you're feeling great, where you want to put the pressure on and make a move. So it's definitely an advantage as a rider to be able to see it.
It must be a massive confidence boost when you come in and you go, oh, I've got diamonds in my legs today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Getting the good vibes on the climbs, that's what we like. And this as well, in terms of team organisation here, Remco Evenepoel just on our left of our picture with the gold helmet on. Two riders in front of him. He's had two teammates up the front for the majority of the day. As a leader, you know, it then becomes all about you. Now it's just those last couple of riders just to help you get you into that position, and then it's that you've got to take responsibility yourself.
Yeah, it's down to Remco today, really. It's a climb that really suits him. You know, he's won Liège twice. It's a similar kind of Ardennes type climb. You know, it's a lot shorter. The conditions are pretty good today, so he will need to be explosive. He might not have that, given the fact that he's not raced since the Tour de France, but traditionally it would be a climb that would suit him.
Plenty of communication going on amongst our breakaway. Remco Evenepoel, one of our big name stars here, the double Olympic champion, World Road Race champion in 2022, 2 times a World Time Trial champion. Will he be one of the... Be him today? And if you've been with us throughout the day, Mathieu van der Poel in 2019 took an impressive win up here. This is Tyso Windmill. We're heading down. This is good, a good landmark, because go through Middle Tyso and before we go to Sunrising Hill. This is our 18th century windmill sitting at the top of the 180-metre high hill. There's Tyso Windmill. Back to the head of the race, 144 they are holding. I think Sunrising Hill, I think we might see this gap tumble quite quickly if we start to get those first little moves. It might come down to around that minute. So our breakaway in terms of our riders, especially Victor Vakuli, if he wants the King of the Mountains, he needs to stay with the group, doesn't he, if they do catch him before the first descent of Burton Dassett Country Park.
Yeah, it's in their interest now to not think about the finish line. He needs to just think about emptying the tank now, getting as far into this race as he possibly can to pick up those points. It's unrealistic at this point. I would have thought that he'd make it to the finish line, but it just depends on the makeup and of the peloton behind, how those attacks work. Do they thin out the peloton? Does it neutralise the race again? And hopefully we see lots of back-to-back attacks and a really aggressive race.
That's what we're hoping for, an absolute thriller. I remember when the last time we were here in 2019 with Mathieu van der Poel, that we did have it was what has now become the trademark Van der Poel finish. There's our overall leader, Olaf Koy, in that green jersey. We don't expect him to still be in that at the end.
No, we don't. We're expecting, I would say, we're expecting Matthew Brennan. He will certainly be looking to go into tomorrow's race with another 10-second bonus, I would expect. And I think he's capable of it.
Yeah, they've been working hard for Matthew Brennan yesterday, taking that stage win and trying to set him up for the general classification. And can it be a big day for the 20-year-old British rider today? Can he take over from Olaf Koy in that green jersey? He's up against some of the biggest names in the sport, you would say. But our breakaway group just starting to squeeze that gap back up towards 2 minutes, looking to hang on for as long as they can. There is that, we've got seeing as well from our break, they've got that nod that the gap's coming back. There's a real sort of visible acceleration amongst these four as well now.
You can see that they're really starting to empty the tank now. Yeah, they're still committed to each other. They know that they're stronger together. There's been no attacking of each other yet. The most important thing for them to do is commit to each other, maintain this speed, and try and get as far into the race as they possibly can before they're caught.
Is hanging on for as long as possible. if they can take it to the finish. That is always, you don't get into a breakaway without feeling that you can take it to the finish. The team car here of Rory Townsend also just coming up, just to have a little check, just to see how he's doing. Give him some feeding, give him some bottles, and go back to the peloton. Geraint Thomas on the front, on the right of your picture. Ben Swift and Sam Watson and Tymon Aronson. They've got an interesting dynamic that they can play today, Ineos Grenadiers, between Watson and Aronson.
Yeah, having numbers in the final today will definitely be an advantage because you can play off each other. You can force others to chase. We know that the GC battle, I think, will come down to a select few riders. So if you're a team that has more than one option, you're definitely in that advantage.
Who do you feel that, so we're seeing Little Trek come back up towards the front. Is Teo going to be their protected rider? Do you think Teo Geoghegan-Hart?
I think they're going to be open-minded. Teo's had a difficult season, but when he's got on a good day, he's obviously an incredible athlete and capable of big things. So I think they will play an open mind, because Leonard Kemner is also in the race. He's had a funny season as well, but also capable of things. And you know, they could play the dark horse card, I would say.
And this is as well the sort of race this is, isn't it? It's a great opportunity for a rider who's had a tough year, illness, injury, that kind of thing, to really kind of remind the team why they're there. But just a bit of a mechanical here for Brady Gilmore. But it's a good position in the calendar to not only remind the team who you are, but also build yourself into the winter, because you can never underestimate that when you've had a tough year.
It makes it so much easier to go into the winter relaxed and comfortable in taking your off-season break if you've just had that little bit of a glimmer of hope that the form is still there, that you're still capable of doing things, because self-doubt does inevitably start to creep in, and you need to make good decisions in the winter, making sure that you rest enough after you've had a bad season. Sometimes you can be tempted to do more, and you probably need more rest when you've had a tough season.
That's really interesting, because again, I suppose you've got to, that end of season break is really important. So if you've had a tough year, I suppose the temptation, if you've had time off through illness and injury, the temptation is to almost change what you would normally do, shorten your rest, and as you said, then maybe overcook it too soon, which will then can have a knock-on effect into the next year.
Yeah, that's why you need good people around you to recognise that in you and hold you back. There's absolutely no need to push on in the off season. We have a really good performance team with Little Trek where we're actually enforced to take rest. It's not an option. So it's really, really an important moment in the year. You can't underestimate how important the off season is for your next season.
Rest and recovery important. We all love a power nap as well. Pro riders love an afternoon power nap.
Indeed. Normally during a bike race.
Is that when you're just rolling along in the peloton, you have a little cheeky snooze?
No, during a sprint stage of the Tour de France, that's the best nap, isn't it?
Our breakaway group, though, managing to just edge this gap back up again. Our breakaway group hit Sunrising Hill, Category 2 climb, averaging 10%, maxing out at 15%. It's 900 meters in length. Our breakaway group, Rory Townsend of Q36.5. We've got Josh Golliker of Great Britain. We've got Cedric Berlins of Cofidis and Victor Vercouli of Team Flanders Balwaza.
We could see the right-hand turn into this climb there wasn't particularly technical, so it won't cause the peloton any real problems. And we can see that it's steep, and it's going to kick up round the corner here, so it really depends on how it's ridden by the peloton in terms of how much it splits up. Positioning won't pay as much of a point as we thought it might have done.
Sunrising Hill 6.5432 on 1 point. On offer, we are getting a great battle emerging between the rider in the white and blue. for the Great Britain national team, and the rider in the white, yellow and blue colours, Victor Vakuli. Vakuli seems to have the out-and-out power edge over Josh Goliker on this climb, but it gives us a good glimpse here of just how steep, when we get into the steep sections of this climb now.
Yeah, there's a real pitch there. With 500 metres to go, it'd be a great launch pad for an attack from the peloton.
Great to see all the fans out in force on the climb. We'll get a glimpse as well behind of, I'm sure, of the run-in from the peloton, and that gap will start to tumble as these climbs now go on. It's a very hilly back end to the stage today. So you can see the tempo down on the little chain ring here as well, right up on the big sprockets now at the back.
Yeah, this climb is a lot harder than expected. You can really see that it really kicks up in the middle, and the average is maybe a bit of an average of 10%. It's only 900 metres, but that is enough, I think. I think we will really see some fireworks now behind.
So while we look at the battle at the front for our King of the Mountains jersey, will we start to see the battle for the general classification when we look at the peloton now hitting the climb? And it is Soudal Quick-Step in the blue jerseys that are coming through towards the front, looking now to try and make this hard for Remco Evenepoel. Julien Alaphilippe in the black with the red helmet and the rainbow bands just round the cuffs of his jersey is just slotted into the line here, just behind Remco Evenepoel. Ineos Grenadiers on the front, back to the summit. Vakuli accelerates. Josh Goliker tries to react, but it is going to be 100% record so far in the stage as Victor Vakuli adds another 6 points to his tally. Burns and Townsend content to just roll over the top. It looked like quite a fatiguing climb there, Lizzie.
Yeah, it was harder than I expected. I think it will have quite an impact. You could see already in the peloton at the start of the climb that there were people suffering. You can see it's really thinning out here. Pushing on, Quick-Step. I'm surprised to see Picnic NL not doing the same, but there's still 100 metres or so left of this climb where they can have an impact. It's really at the back of the peloton where you see even Coy is struggling at the back.
They are indeed. Job done by Kasper Pedersen. Breakaway for him yesterday. Our green jersey of Olaf Koy is towards the back, as Pavel Sivakov of UAE, another rider, the big name rider that we haven't mentioned too much in this race, but a class act is Pavel Sivakov, and this is his sort of territory now. So behind him you see, just trying to make it up, is Geraint Thomas, Bauke Mollema, Alexander Kristoff going backwards a little bit on the climb. Sivakov looking really cool and calm here on the front. Andrew August, the young Ineos Grenadiers rider, in second wheel.
It's actually Bauke Mollema as well in third, so he has made it over the top. It was the young development rider there who was struggling at the back, understandably. It'll be interesting to see now if a team takes it on and keeps that pressure up. You know, they've dropped a lot of traffic. I would expect that it would be within their interest now to really keep that pressure on, to head into the circuit in the next sort of 8K, head into that aggressive circuit with a really clear objective of attacking.
So first dig there from the peloton. Behind, they didn't persist with it, but it does give us as well a glimpse of perhaps the hierarchy that we can expect now to come through as this stage goes on. And Pavel Sivakov on that climb looked really, really strong.
He looked very comfortable. Yeah, he almost sort of looked like he was looking behind him and wondering what was wrong with everybody. Where was the attacks going to come from? So he's obviously a very strong rider and has the potential to do something here today too. Yeah,
won the GC in Ruta del Sol, Vuelta Andalucía, earlier on in the season for the UAE Emirates XRG team. Back through to the front are the teammates of Remco Evenepoel. Just looked like he was managing the moves there for me, Evenepoel.
Yeah, he was up to the front. He asked his team at the start of the climb to sort of put the pressure on, but there's no real attack yet. It's just about finding his feet and being comfortable at the front of the group.
Our breakaway group holding here a minute and 28 seconds, so the gap is coming down, but you can tell they are not giving up without a fight.
So you can see here the regrouping of the peloton. Although riders were struggling at the back, they have been able to get back over the top of the climb.
So they are as well. They will start to just pull some of the cars out of the gaps as this gap starts to come down. And the result from Sunrising Hill, Victor Vakuli adds another 6, Josh Goliker takes 5, Berlins, Townsend, Sivakov and August, our top 6 over the top. Another interesting rider on that climb was Andrew August, the young American rider who looked really good there. So 19 years old is Andrew August, former national junior champ in the US, was up there in the Tour of Austria early on in the season. So he's a really talented young rider.
Yeah, and perhaps an underdog. Perhaps he'll be given a little bit of space. And, you know, if you give him space, he's certainly got the talent to be able to go all the way to the line. So it will be somebody that, you know, somebody like Oscar Onley has on his radar as well.
You can see this group trying to come back through here, down through Edge Hill. As the gap, they're just trying to bring it back. Alberto Dainese and Olaf Koy, our green jersey, looking to try and regain the peloton. But the chase is on now as we head towards Burton Dassett Country Park. So a few kilometres to go now before we enter our circuit. Olaf Koy getting back in there in terms of, for him, that kind of, I think that climb kind of answers the question on how we thought he would go today.
Any rider who wasn't sure today how they would be able to react on those sort of climbs now knows in this dropped group that as soon as they get back to the peloton, they have one job left, and that's to offer whatever they can to their GC riders, whether that's riding on the front for a kilometre as hard as they can to bring back the breakaway, or even if it's just handing up another bottle or giving them a gel. It's about their last job, really.
So as we go right, then left, looks like our green jersey has made it back on to the peloton, along with the red jersey that's being worn by Alberto Dainese. And look at the acceleration from our breakaway group. This is what we call going down swinging here.
Yeah, I mean, they lost about 30 seconds on the climb, but then they're holding it again. So we may see that happen again once we've entered the circuit and we have the first ascent of Burton Dassett. It's 600 metres longer than that previous climb, so I would expect that they will, if not before Burton Dassett climb, over the top they will be caught.
Just around 30 kilometres to go that we enter our circuit. We will have a King of the Mountains on the first ascent with 25.2 kilometres to go. We will have one on our bell lap with 12.7 kilometres to go, and then there is also points on the line for the King of the Mountains. So for Victor Vakuli, he will want to make sure he adds another 6 points. I can't see here them getting caught between now and the first ascent of the Burton Dassett Hills climb, so he'll want to add another 6 to that King of the Mountains tally on the next climb.
Yeah, it's less than 10k to go now until his next opportunity to get some points, so he will just be putting his head down, hoping to survive that climb, attack that climb actually, and get over before the group. What
you see, he won the King of the Mountains in Etoile de Bessèges earlier on in the season, and as well for a young rider, a development rider, taking King of the Mountains classifications and taking jerseys in the bigger races when you're up against Remco Evenepoel, your Pavel Sivakovs, you know, your Thymen Arensman, Tour de France stage winners, Grand Tour winners in the likes of Theo Gegenhardt. You know, to take those King of the Mountain touches is another thing that puts you into the spotlight of bigger teams.
Yeah, he's in good company here in this race, and it is a prestigious race. To come away from this race with a jersey is a prestigious thing to do, and something that you're right, other teams will take note of. It puts him on the map.
We've got UAE Emirates XRG now through to the front. Pavel Sivakov almost kind of rubber stamped a leadership role in that very short space of time. 900 meters. The team are now all to the front.
Yeah, I mean, he may have even made a radio call and said, "I'm good today. Let's go for it." Quite rightly. I mean, he is a rider with brilliant results, and a rider that could definitely do something on today's circuit and tomorrow.
And it can take that kind of, because how cool, how calm, how relaxed he looked, and that is as well just to be able to, as you said, to know that to be that easy up. What looked is not easy, but to look that calm and comfortable is, as you said, the difference between thinking, okay, can I go for it today? And it's that with that little boost of confidence, isn't it?
Well, as a rider in UAE, he's obviously riding in the services of others a lot, so riding and being the leader is a totally different thing. And to be able to ride up the first climb of the day, that's the first real test, and feel that comfortable, to be able to then say in the radio, yes, I'm on and I'm ready, is a brilliant confidence boost for the rest of the team.
So Pavel Sivakov, watch out for the 28-year-old Frenchman. On this one, he was one of the big rising stars of world cycling. We're heading towards the Burton Dassett Hills Country Park for the finish. We enter our finishing circuit. Our breakaway group of 4 have 1 minute and 24 seconds. It's just edging up a second here and there. We go back to the peloton. Geraint Thomas just on the left as you look at the peloton here in that orange jersey, the green flashes. We've got UAE Emirates XRG on the right, the Soudal Quickstep in the blue on the extreme right. Ethan Hayter is the rider that's driving this one on. So inside 30 kilometers to go. It looks now as we head towards the first ascent of Burton Dassett Country Park that the big guns are going to want to launch the first move up here. This breakaway group, they're doing a great job holding this one off, but that you can see
that it's slowly starting to come down as the fight for the position starts in the back. And I really anticipate that they will start on this climb. The attacks will go on the first time up Burton Dassett Hills. We're within 30k to go to the finish, so they need to start making the most of these ascents now.
Remco Evenepoel on your left, wearing 41 in the blue with the gold helmets. Just down, you can pick out your red jersey, and his teammate Julien Alaphilippe alongside him in the black, the red helmet, just reaching into his pockets. Ineos Grenadiers have chosen that right-hand side of the road there, and they've just found themselves another option on that climb. They've just now entered our finishing circuit. We saw the breakaway enter that a minute or so ago. Lotto also now up towards the front here. So Ineos Grenadiers adding a third option after that climb. So we'll see if they give the 19-year-old American an opportunity to maybe do something. Although he is 70th at 20 seconds, so not far away. It could be a good bet as well. It'd be interesting to see a battle with Matthew Brennan for that white jersey.
Yeah, he's within touching distance of the general classification. So until he has a bad moment in this race, he should still be considered as an option for them.
Matthew Brennan just out of the saddle at the bottom of your picture in the white jersey with the yellow and black helmet. So just focusing in on the front here, the teammates. That's Martin Surchek that's on the front for Soudal Quickstep. All of the lead outs here as we head in towards this climb. And you've raced this climb on occasions. It is a tough one. It's that little kick in the middle, and it's quite a technical run-in as well before we get to the climb proper.
Yeah, so we go from this big double lane road into a right-hand corner through a roundabout, so it'll be from 2 lanes to 1, and from that moment the climb starts. You go over a motorway bridge where, if it's exposed on a windy day, it can cause problems, but I don't think that'll be an issue today. But the thing is, once you're through that corner and the climb is on, if somebody is leading it out at the front, then you're in trouble if you're out of position at the back. It kicks up really steep with about 500 metres to go and then eases off again. And I think that's the interesting thing for me in terms of a rider like Matthew Brennan, wondering how well he can climb. The countdown of the metres is already on the hardest part of the climb, and as a sprinter there's something about, if you see 500 metres to go, you can survive it. So it is a short effort. It is definitely a power effort.
Is it a tough climb to time, to get your timing right and not go too soon?
Yes, and I think it's useful therefore that the riders get to do it 3 times. I still think, you know, a rider like Remco, he needs to go early. Oscar Onley, he needs to go early as well. Needs to go before or on the steepest part of the climb. You can see here now as we're approaching the roundabout, this is where it'll funnel down from 2 lanes to 1.
You'll get that lead out into, and you'll get a glimpse of this climb for the first time. The summit comes with 25.2 kilometres to go.
You can see there it really tightens up. It doesn't look like much when there's only 4 of you, but I expect there'll be a real fight there from the peloton.
We'll get that lead out from the peloton into this climb. This is where we really expect this stage to start to come alive. A long day, 186.9 kilometres, and we are on to the Burton Dassett Hill climb, category 2, 1.5 kilometres in length, averaging 5.5%, maxing out at 11%. So we just drop down, and then we'll start to kick up the climb. We go back to the peloton and look at the lead out now from the teams into the base of this climb.
We can see the only real team missing from a lead out is Picnic Post-Nl, so hopefully Oscar Onley is well positioned by himself in there. The team that's really taking it on at the moment is UAE. They look aggressive and ready to make the most of this climb.
They do indeed. Our breakaway still holding 1 minute and 13, and for Victor Vakuli, he'll want to get a nod if this charge comes and this gap disintegrates. He's going to want the 6 points at the top. The climb now over the cattle grid, and then the climb now will just start to kick up ahead of us.
Yeah, this is the part that really starts to sting. You see there already that sign is 500 metres to go, so you can appreciate that it's a short effort, but nonetheless a steep and hard one.
And we've all seen as well through history of cycling a gap of 1 minute tumble quite quickly. Victor Vakuli has got to be aware of this one as well, that the charge is coming from the peloton behind. Rory Townsend on the front, out of the saddle here, the Irish champ. Vakuli has got to be aware as well, if this breakaway splits and someone takes the maximum points at the top, if he wants to challenge for this King of the Mountains jersey until Sunday, he needs to get every single point he can. Great to see so many people out, the natural amphitheatre that we have here in Burton Dassett Country Park.
So this is where, if a sprinter is still within touching distance, then they've still got the hope that they can make it. We're within 300 metres to go. It levels off and then it just kicks up again around this right-hand corner.
300 metres to go. The breakaway are going to take the maximum points here at the top. Great to see so many fans coming out and enjoying the race coming up. I think they're going to be treated to 3 views of the peloton today as Josh Goliker tries to accelerate here. Victor Vakuli comes through. We turn right here, and it is the Flanders Baloise rider that's going to accelerate on the front to take another set of maximum points here in the King of the Mountains classification. 2 laps to go this time. Vakuli comes through, adds another 6, so a good day out for him. Goliker coming across the line second, then Rory Townsend.
You can see from that flag there is a crosswind over the top. It is exposed, so if any riders are in trouble here, it really is about fighting to stay on that wheel and get across in the group. The peloton now coming through. I think that's an attack from Remco.
It is Remco Evenepoel attacking from the group behind. And it is the double Olympic champion. And it is Andrew August and Pavel Sivakov are the two riders that are going with him. So we said watch out for the young American. And Andrew August getting an opportunity here. And he's going with Remco Evenepoel. Bauke Mollema crosses the line and trying to come across the gap. There's Julian Alaphilippe in the background. But now Remco Evenepoel comes out to play in this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain. What a ride though from Andrew August, the 19-year-old American.
Really well positioned there by Ineos into the climb. He had perfect position. He was on the right wheel when Remco Evenepoel went, and yeah, he's looking very good today.
Is indeed, as we said, this is a race where teams will give riders an opportunity, and that's exactly what they're giving to the young American from Rochester, making it into this group. Bauke Mollema and
Mollema's made it. That's an impressive ride.
The cars are getting pulled out of the gap because these gaps just disintegrate when a rider like Remco Evenepoel goes on the attack on a climb, and they're about to get some company and they're going to get it quickly. But what a day out for these four. It has been a big day out, and Remco Evenepoel will want to capitalize on this one now and take this four-rider group clear. But
it's just him. He's the one pushing it on at the moment. Nobody's come through to give him a turn. He's not interested even in asking anybody to give him a turn. That's how good he feels. So we'll see now. Sivakov is taking over. The road now begins to go downhill. They'll head right in a second, and it's a very fast technical downhill until we head back to the main road and we do it all again.
And it's almost like climb, descent, 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 climb.
Yeah, and that actually means that you get no recovery, particularly if you're a rider that isn't comfortable at descents. It's always the best to be the most comfortable on the descent because you can actually get a breather. If you're someone who we know, like Remco, who is not the best cornerer in the world, he might struggle on this descent, but obviously it's not long enough to cause any real damage, and he's clearly the strongest in this group.
So our group together. Result of the Burton Dassett Hills first King of the Mountains. Victor Vakuli adds another 6 ahead of Josh Golliker, Rory Townsend, Cedric Berlins, with Remco Evenepoel leading Andrew August over the top, but the game is on. That gap is growing from our chasing group. 22 seconds to the chasers, 40 to the green jersey of Olaf Koy. So clearly didn't lose a huge amount of time on that climb, Olaf Koy. He's done all right.
Yeah, it's yet to be seen how long that group is, isn't it? It'd be interesting to see who's on the front of that peloton creating the chase.
The breakaway, long day out. Just see Rory Townsend just standing up, just trying to stretch out his back a little bit. It's a very heavy day on your back, this kind of long day in the breakaway like this.
Yeah, because you tend to be solidly sitting down. In the peloton, it's a bit more dynamic. You're up and out of the saddle, you're braking into corners, you're moving around on your bike a lot more. And you're right, when you're in a solid sort of time trial position all day long, it takes its toll on your back.
Our chasing group, Andrew August, or AJ, Bauke Mollema, Remco Evenepoel and Pavel Sivakov are the 4 chasers.
So no Matthew Brennan, no Oscar Onley there. Some key contenders have missed that move.
But also what's really, what I enjoyed as well, and what you were enjoying watching here, is we come into a stage like this talking about Thymen Aresman, Sam Watson, and then Ineos Grenadiers just pull the joker out the pack with AJ August.
I think this kind of race, it's brilliant to have that sort of option. You need jokers in this race, options at the end of the season, when different riders have different form. It's not always following a traditional format at this point in the season, and he's been given an opportunity, and he's rising to the occasion.
Bauke Mollema just giving AJ August there, little squeeze through in front of him. Great to see Bauke Mollema though crossing and making it into this group as well for Lidl Trek. Yeah,
it's really impressive from Bauke. You know, that was an explosive effort. But you know, Bauke has won Lombardia. He's won a lot of results in recent history. He's had a long and varied career, but you should never count out Bauke Mollema. He's a real racer as well, and always really up for an aggressive race.
Just sat on the back a little bit at the moment. Just, you know, is a sensible move from Bauke here.
He looked pretty on the limit there up the climb, and it's fair enough if he needs to recover. It's in their interest in that group. You know, Bauke is the least threatening for them out of that group, and as long as they have Bauke there, they have one less team chasing behind them, and they have a little bit more firepower. If he is skipping turns, I think, knowing him, it's because he's on his limit.
So looking down through that group, Andrew August 70th at 20 seconds. Pavel Sivakov is 32nd at 20 seconds. And the down through the group, Remco Evenepoel 63rd at 20 seconds. And then for Bauke Mollema, 77th at 20 seconds. So all level could come down between them all. It come down to those bonus seconds at the top. Yeah, and we're going to see them make the catch here. So it will be interesting to see what the breakaway riders decide to do, whether they continue to help the move or whether they sit up and recover. 12 seconds, they are coming. So Pavel Sivakov, AJ August, Remco Evenepoel and Bauke Mollema, who's managed to have a drink, a gel, recover, and is now contributing to this chase. So that big question is, can that leading group, can any of them stay with the move that goes? It's Bahrain victorious, Equipo Kern-Pharma. Looks like the Picnic Postenel team towards the front. Oscar Onley is a little bit further. Yeah, it's interesting to see that there's no commitment there from Visma Lease Bike for Matthew Brennan, or any real chase from Picnic Postenel yet for Oscar Onley. So sometimes it can take a while for a team to get organised. We've had a very narrow roads. We see the catch here now. So the chasers make contact. We're on our finishing circuit here on stage 4 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Men. We have climbed the first descent of Burton Dassett Country Park. We have 8 riders at the head of the race. Andrew August, Pavel Sivakov, Bauke Mollema, Remco Evenepoel, joining up with Rory Tandrick, Cedric Berlins, Victor Vakuli and Josh Goliker. This is our green jersey of Olaf Koy. 2 stage wins in this race. He is in this chasing group behind for the team of Visma Lease Bike. So some of the big names that we thought that would be up there and on the move. This is the catch of our chasers to our breakaway, very much being driven on by the rider in the blue with the gold helmet, wearing number 41, Remco Evenepoel. Big glance back from Bauke Mollema just as they make contact with this leading group. Thanks for joining us today. And this point now, Lizzie, for the breakaway riders that have just been caught, I mean, it is a tough ask to try and stay with a chasing group that have been sat happily in the peloton all day. It certainly is. I think the best thing they can do is commit with the breakaway, tap through, but we can see actually they've not gained that much advantage over the top there. So I think it's still within their interest to work together, because the further they can start that climb at the front, the better for them. So you can see the gap in the background. It is the Pickx Postel team, along with Bahrain Victorious, that have been chasing hard behind. Bahrain Victorious have got Peo Bilbao. They've also got Fred Wright within that team as well. So if the Pickx Postel can make contact for Oscar Onley, Groupama FDJ.
You can see Ineos here. They're just, you know, there's three of them up towards the front there, trying to disrupt the chase. We haven't got any post-Pickx NL riders up there yet, really committed. I think if there were riders who are badly positioned into the climb, it might have just taken a little bit of time to reorganise it over the top. But because of the circuit, they now know how important it is to be positioned, and we might see some mistakes rectified on this climb.
Bauke Mollema driving this one on. Pavel Sivakov doing the same. And in terms of how, again, this is that point, you just got to keep the pressure on, because we're heading back in towards the next descent of the climb as well. Josh Goliker as well, just full of riding here, the Great Britain rider.
Yeah, he's having a brilliant race so far. Not just today, you know, he was in the breakaway beforehand as well, and he's doing the right thing here. There's no point sitting up and waiting for this peloton. The best thing he can do is set himself up, head into that climb as early as possible to give himself just as much sliding room as he can.
We now see the yellow colours of Visma Lease Bike on the front, just dragging this group back together. The work done. Matthew Brennan, Olaf Koy, not there when Remco Evenepoel made his move, but the catch is made. We are all back together. And there'll be a few riders in there breathing a huge sigh of relief. So next move going clear here for Lotto. Is this Milan Menton? Potentially that's making the move. Julien Alaphilippe just coming up on your right in the black with the red helmet. Matthew Brennan right in the centre of your picture in that sort of white grey jersey with the yellow and black helmet. His teammates now are going to drive this one on. Here come Bahrain Victorious with Peo Bilbao right on the wheel. Here comes Olaf Koy as well. So looking towards the Equipo Kern riders. Probably the jersey's quite similar in that one.
I'm not sure that Eli Koy is actually in this group. I think he may be in a dropped group.
He might be in that group that was just behind. We did get a glimpse of him just on the back of one group. His teammates here, though, working for Matthew Brennan. There's our green jersey. This is the second group on the road. So Olaf Koy in the green jersey group. And Alberto Dianese is also in there. There's quite a few of our sprinters that are in this chasing group. "15 kilometres to go, we're inside." And it is Groupama FDJ that also come through towards the front. Romain Gregoire would be one of their targeted riders in this race with Gregoire. But also it's quite telling now. We see the dynamic of this chase now, Lizzie, and the fact that when we turn right and start the climb for the second time is how much damage Remco Evenepoel did on that first ascent. And we know what sort of rider he is. He can definitely do that multiple times.
Yeah, I think you'll see here that as well there's far less traffic, so you've already got a group that's been dropped, and it will be less about positioning today and more on this ascent than it was in the first ascent. Rory Townsend being dropped there, quite understandably, after a long day out. I would expect that Remco will try again. It's his best option.
On to Burton Dassett for the second time. The Category 2 climb, 1.5 kilometres in length. And the big charge expected. Will Remco Evenepoel go again, or will he decide to try and leave it to a final charge up the climb? So this is our penultimate ascent now of the Burton Dassett Hills Country Park climb. Cedric Berlands is dropped. And again, understandably so for the Lotto rider. Big day out in the breakaway for him. This is all about the shuffle towards the front. There's that narrowing that we go through, and then it's across the cattle grid, and then that climb will just rear up in front of us for the second time. And Andreas Leknesund out of the saddle in that Norwegian national champions red jersey with the white and blue cross. Sam Watson up towards the front. We're seeing a lot more attention now from those riders after the warning from Remco on the previous lap. But it looks like Pello Bilbao potentially making a move for Bahrain Victorious. We'll see who's reacted. It is Pello Bilbao. Was it Fred Wright, my apology, that's going here? Looked like Pello made a move at Fred Wright, attacking on the climb for Bahrain Victorious. Pavel Sivakov just moving up on the outsides. So noticeable by his absence on the front on this descent is Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, he may feel that, although he was able to gap, that the rest of the circuit is not hard enough for him to make that that difference, and he's better off trying to save himself for the final ascent and go through the stage rather than try and make any indents on GC ahead of tomorrow.
Out of the corner, we drive towards the top of the climb. There's points on offer at the top. Leknesund trying to move up. UAE, Emirates XRG have got pressure. Gregoire, third in line there. Alaphilippe is towards the front. Matteo Trentin, also there, second behind Van der Poel in 2019. Has caused him a little bit of damage there, that move. Andrew August, unfortunately, on that ascent, just getting distanced a little bit, wearing number 2 there.
Paying the price for his previous effort, probably, of following Evenepoel.
He had to go. That's one of those things as well. It's for a young rider of 19. That's part of the learning process, isn't it? Because you might go, it didn't work, and you may get dropped, but next time you stay with it and you win the bike race. Yeah,
you see that Bauke was also struggling at the back of there, following Remco Evenepoel and being in a breakaway. Even though it was a short amount of time, it takes a lot of energy out of a rider, and yeah, you can see that they're paying the price. So perhaps some of the riders who didn't go in the first move are playing the right game. You only need to be first up this climb once. It's not about winning every time. So it's a really tactical race so far up this climb.
It is indeed. As our green jersey of Olaf Koy comes through the line. So it's been a successful race for him so far. You would say he will now shift his attention to perhaps that red jersey, having gone into today in the green jersey as race leader. There's our leaders. Andreas Leknesund, the Norwegian champ, is there. Rui Oliveira of UAE Emirates XRG was the rider that led us over the top. And there's confirmation of our King of the Mountains at the top of the Burton Dassett Hills Country Park. Rui Oliveira ahead of Milan Varda, Romain Gregoire, Andreas Leknesund, Pavel Sivakov and Sam Watson are points winners. So good to see Milan Varda up there as well. He's the rider from the Q36.5 team. Goes well for those teams as well. Seeing what they could do. They've had Rory Townsend in the break all day. And Oliveira, it did look like Oliveira was looking to try and just light this one up again, just make Pavel see what Pavel Sivakov can do.
Yeah, you've got a mix of ambition here, really. So you've got some GC riders who are trying to make an impact ahead of tomorrow. They're trying to get as many seconds as they can. But then you have other riders like, oh, here we go, Remco is going on the outside, trying to catch people sleeping.
Brady Gilmore going with Remco Evenepoel, Pavel Sivakov also getting up there.
I think that shows just a bit of frustration there from Remco. It wasn't the best place to make a move. So you can see that somebody like Remco, he knows that coming into the final stages, he needs to start banking some time on these fast men. Whereas you've got somebody like Matthew Brennan. Oh, another attack here on the left.
Andreas Leknesund of Uno X, the Norwegian champion. He went over the top of the climb in 4th. Makes a big move here. Inside 10 kilometers to go, and Leknesund launches a big move off the front of that group. He's perhaps one of those riders that they won't immediately go after here.
Exactly. I think that's, you know, that's the kind of thing that Remco wanted to achieve, but Remco is Remco and is not going to be given any space. But here we see he's immediately got a good gap, and it's a really, really impressive move.
A huge attack from the Uno X mobility rider. 26 years old, this year's national champion, proudly wearing that Norwegian national champs jersey. So nicely timed move there by Leknesund.
So yeah, there's some GC riders in here who are wanting to make it as hard as they possibly can, but then you've got other riders like Matthew Brennan, who is going for GC but can play the patience game today. He can just think about the stage. He doesn't need to think about the overall picture of GC, because he's not interested in gaining seconds. He's interested in not losing them to Remco at this point. And going for the stage where he can get that bonus 10, which may be all important over the next couple of days.
Indeed. As we go back to down through the group, Ethan Hayter here. On the back for Soudal Quickstep. Came from about 10 riders back, so really again you could see the way the brakes were on a little bit just as he launched that one. That's a good demonstration of where to launch your move from.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of it. Remco has just made his move. He's caused a chase, and then everybody has sort of settled again, and just as they've settled and the brakes have gone on, he's launched with speed from behind and surprised everybody.
Indeed, there's a chase behind. It is a Soudal Quickstep jersey that is coming across the gap. 6 seconds, and the gap to our green jersey of Olaf Koh. It's fair to say that jersey is heading to a new recipient at the end of this one. 3 riders trying to get across the gap. We've got one Tudor Pro Cycling. We'll get a glimpse of who that is when we get a little bit of a closer view here. Is it Trentin that's perhaps going on the attack? Looks like his style from the helicopter. We'll zoom in. It is. You can just see the blue flashes on the cuffs of his jersey.
You can see the European bands. That's him.
He's got a very distinctive style as well, though.
Yeah, well, we know between a Tudor Pro Cycling, it's either going to be Alaphilippe or Trentin, and of course Alaphilippe has his own unique style as well, so easily recognisable there.
So the team of Soudal Quickstep, it's Elan van Wilder, I think, that's gone in the move for Soudal Quickstep.
I mean, I think that's a brilliant move from him. It's great insurance policy for Remco. He's a great rider in his own right, and that gives them the potential to have 2 cards going into the following days.
And also, this will help here. Andreas Leknesund, a little bit of pressure goes out of the peloton. Is that Peo Bilbao this time that's going? No, it's not. It's Fred Wright again. It looks like that's gone. Fred Wright going for the 2nd time. Ethan Hayter launches his move over the top here, the British rider from Soudal Quickstep. So no immediate danger on general classification. You can see how much this attack, though, is hurting Andreas Leknesund. He's not playing poker face here at the front.
No, it's a huge effort, and he's starting to pay the price for it. I think there may be a headwind here, because we saw in the previous time that they did this descent that the breakaway was caught. So they look like they're closing pretty quickly, and they will restart this tactical game.
So Fred Wright also trying to come across the gap here for Bahrain Victorious. Good to see Fred Wright so active today as well.
Yeah, this kind of racing suits him. A brilliant classics rider, and today is kind of a similar to, a Flanders Classic in the final here. So a final that really, really suits him.
Thymen Aresman also getting across. UAE Emirates XRG, though, not having any of that, not letting that group go. Josh Goliker still towards the front for the British national team. Is he going to have another dig here, Josh Goliker? I mean, chapeau for this move from Goliker.
Yeah, he's emptying the tank, and why not? He knows that he probably won't survive another ascent in that peloton, so he's going for it.
What a day out for the young British rider from the Great Britain national team. And just from that point of view, normally you're way too fatigued from a day for over 100 kilometres out in the breakaway to stay, let alone stay in this group, let alone have another dig off the front.
Yeah, he's clearly in great form and really motivated. You know, he's been able to make the breakaway twice this race, so his confidence will be flying high. And I think there's an element of, once you've been in the breakaway all day, and you have nothing to lose. It's all about emptying the tank, so you don't have that sort of inner dialogue of thinking, oh, I'm not good enough, or can I do this on the climb. It's kind of irrelevant. You're just emptying the tank and not thinking about it. And here he goes again.
5 kilometres to go. Josh Goliker and Sam Watson make their move. It's a trio of Brits. Ethan Hayter trying to come across the gap here for the team of Soudal Quick-Step. Can we get 4 at the front? UAE just dragging this one back together here as well. Pressure is on. This could be a good time to make a move. We'll expect perhaps an attack down the right-hand side. Having a glance around, the black jerseys from Tudor Pro Cycling are there. Ineos Grenadiers on the outside, Thymen Arensman. Here comes Sam Watson through the centre. Thomas Gloag it is from in the yellow and black there from Visma Leasebike. Another British rider having a good day out. And it looks now with 4K to go that a lot of teams now shifting into lead-out mode here.
Yeah, so it becomes much more about one powerful effort. It's a kilometre long, 1.5k, 5.5%. They know exactly where the pinch points are, what to expect. So, yeah, we're lining up for what feels like a bunch sprint now.
Bunch sprint up the climb. Much smaller group than we've had on the bunch sprints of previous days, but it has been an exciting day nonetheless here on stage 4. Trentin moves up in the centre of your picture. The black with the red helmet, second behind Mathieu van der Poel on this stage in 2019. Could he go one better today? But we've got some fast riders that can get over that.
We can still see Matthew Brennan there. He's on his own, about 5 rows back. But we know that he is cool, he's calm, he's collected, he's got the confidence. So I expect that we'll see him.
He's got one teammate in Thomas Gloag there as well, who's also in that group, who's the other Visma Leasebike rider. 3 kilometres to go. Can Visma Leasebike try and take this one yet again? It was the British rider Matthew Brennan yesterday. We're seeing the team of Lidl Trek also trying to move up. Is that Leonard Kamner?
It looks to me as though Trentin is working there rather than working for himself. We'll see.
Julien Alaphilippe perhaps is the targeted rider for Tudor Pro Cycling today. Matthew Brennan threads his way through, slices his way through towards the front of the peloton here. Leonard Kemner there, it was, it's just disappearing off the back of the group. Oscar Onley is in a good position for Picnic Postenel. They've done a great job today for him.
Remco moving up on the outside.
So just trying to do the big lead out there for Groupama FDJ and the team of Soudal Quick-Step and the team of Remco Evenepoel now start to lead this out on the front. He tried the big move on the first ascent of the climb. Thymen Arensman towards the back here, wearing number 5 in that orange jersey with the stripe down his back. AJ August is also there. The pressure as they break into the corner, and then they will just see that run up towards the climb.
Brennan in perfect position there. Remco giving the perfect lead out as well.
Matthew Brennan now starting to come through towards the front, right when he needs to be there. The lead out for Remco Evenepoel. 2 riders in front of him.
You can see just the luxury that Remco is getting there compared to other riders. You saw Alaphilippe on the left-hand side really fighting for position on his own in the wind, and now we see UAE come through.
They are leading out here, UAE. Are they going to go for Rui Oliveira through the Flamme Rouge with 1 kilometre to go? And it is the team of UAE Emirates XRG. Pavel Sivakov has been climbing superbly well up this climb today. Remco Evenepoel is poised and ready in 3rd place as we go across the cattle grid, start to head up the climb. Sam Watson in the white jersey of British national champion Julian Alaphilippe is also there. The lead out though for Sivakov, a little bit too early. Sam Watson comes through, decides that he wants to lead this one out here. So big move from the British champion out of the saddle. 500 meters to go. It is all about timing this one perfectly. Alaphilippe now trying to surf through on the wheel of Remco Evenepoel, both former world champions in the... As now come round the outside, Sam Watson ups the pressure on the front here. So big move on the outside. Romain Gregoire is the rider from the team of Groupama FDJ. Milan Varda moves up for the Q36.5 team. Varda moves up. Big move from Varda. It's Varda and Watson as Alaphilippe looks to try and make the move now on the inside. Julian Alaphilippe gets the inside of the corner. Romain Gregoire goes around to the outside. It is the 2 French riders that kick on towards the summit now. Romain Gregoire with Julian Alaphilippe locked and loaded in 2nd wheel, but Romain Gregoire will only run out of steam towards the top. He won't. Romain Gregoire comes through and takes it for Groupama FDJ. It is a French 1-2. Peo Bilbao comes across the line in 3rd wheel. Groupama FDJ, we didn't see them all day until we needed to. He takes the stage ahead of Julian Alaphilippe. French 1-2, Lizzie.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming, I don't think. Really, really impressive ride there. Time to perfection, I would say.
That's what it's all about. Romain Gregoire takes his 9th career victory. The 22-year-old French rider stages in Tour de Suisse this season. The Fon Ardèche Classic is another emerging star. And that one, perfection, you would say. We didn't see them all day long as well. Till we needed to. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. You only need to be there first over the line once, over that Burton Dassett climb, and they got it exactly right. It was interesting to see Remco went backwards there. I thought we'd expect more from him given the way he attacked that first climb, but maybe it took more out of his legs than we thought. It felt like a real drag race to the line. I was expecting more kind of attacks, but you see here, you know, we almost think, oh, Alaphilippe, he's got the inside line. But Gregoire comes over with so much more power and speed, and Alaphilippe, the best he can do is 2nd there, but still a really impressive performance for him this season.
That is, it's good to see Alaphilippe coming back to his best. Romain Gregoire, though, had those meters. He just got that run around the outside, didn't he?
Yeah, I think the inside of the corner there would have been steeper, and Gregoire came around the outside and just sort of launched himself, and once he was in the front, he wasn't going to give that up, and he crosses the line there victorious.
That sets up the general classification in this race beautifully as we head towards the tumble tomorrow. And he was a rider that we kind of have a star by, given the development this year. He's another young rider coming through. We did have a big star by him as a potential for this one, but he's gonna feel confident going into tomorrow after that win.
Yeah, you're right. We obviously we had a star by his name. We knew his potential. We thought he would have a good run here, but he certainly wasn't a pick of ours for today's stage. So going into the rest of the week, he'll take confidence from that, and his team will. I think we'll have to see a little bit more of his team tomorrow, given that performance.
We will. Our sprinters. Olaf Koy on the left in the green jersey, he's going to hand that one over, and he's going to pull on the red jersey on the other side, which is being kept warm by Alberto Dainese today.
Yeah, so any questions we had about whether he was going to be able to tackle this climb were answered pretty quickly, even before we entered the circuit. You know, understandably, he's the fastest man in the race, and a pure sprinter, it seems.
It is. It just shows as well just how tough this climb is.
Yeah, it's really tough, and I think just the accumulated fatigue. I felt like everyone felt a little bit tired in that final in terms of explosive attacks. You know, like the one that we saw from Mathieu van der Poel when he won in the past. It was a little bit more of a drag race. It felt like to the line today.
Yeah, definitely. Eduardo Affini there, wearing 23. Led out yesterday in the sprint. It's such a beautiful natural amphitheatre that we have here at the top of the Burton Dassett Hills climb.
Yeah, I've seen there's been busloads of people coming up, and they did a park and ride, so they've got as many fans as they possibly can up to the top.
Our top 10 looks like this. Romain Grégoire takes the stage for Groupama FDJ. Julien Alaphilippe takes second. Eduardo Zambanini, Aurélien Paripont, Maurice Tutenberg, Tonart, Stockbro, Brady Gilmore, and Giulalio are our top 10. So some interesting night riders in top 10. Shout out Tonarts, the cyclocross rider, getting up there, giving a little cheeky nod to riders like that. Some interesting Zambanini as well up there at the finish. Zambanini was a rider that was in our the top 10 in this race.
Tim Tuitenberg as well was up there as well. I didn't expect that. I mean, he is more of a out-and-out sprinter, so I think a lot of it came down to how you rode those climbs, how conservative you were in that circuit, whether you expended any effort trying to follow those initial GC moves, or you just focused on playing the gamble, being patient, and just sitting in the wheels until the final ascent.
That also, for someone like Tim Tuitenberg, it does as well give you, he's another young rider, it's starting to see what you're capable of, because, and as well, not getting pigeonholed as just a sprinter.
Yeah, it's a really good thing for him to be able to come up with a top 10 on a finish like this.
And our general classification now looks like this. Romain Grégoire takes over in the green leader's jersey. Matthew Brennan second at 2 seconds. Julien Alaphilippe moves up to third at 4 seconds with Zambanini, Stockbro, Gilmore, Tutenberg, Paripont, Arts and Maurice. Our top 10 with just 12 seconds separating them. But what a great win for the Frenchman, Romain Grégoire. Great finish. I love this finish. I mean, you've raced up, but you were third up this climb, so it's probably not as great to ride as it is to watch. It's a great spectacle, this climb.
It is a great spectacle. I really like the climb too, because it's not quite straightforward. You've got, that leading into it. It's just so fast at the bottom, and I think it's been about absorbing the lead out as much as anything, because you start the climb already on such a fast speed, and then you need to be able to time it just right over that steep section, especially when it narrows as well.
Let's have a look back at the highlights of today's stage and the excitement, the anticipation that we thought we'd get. We definitely did. Rory Townsend, Josh Goliker, Cedric Berlands and Victor Vakuli, our breakaway group, times over 4-minute advantage. Rory Townsend taking the intermediate sprint in Covington, took 3 seconds. And I think for me though, Victor Vakuli's attacks and the way you went after the King of the Mountains jersey today was one of the highlights.
Yeah, he deserves to be wearing that jersey, absolutely. He set his marker out and he went for it, didn't he?
He managed to take Frizz Hill, Fant Hill, and then we headed towards the climb of Sunrising Hill. The right turn into the climb ramps up to 15% and took another 6 points over the top. And we then turned our attention to the Burton Dassett Hills climb. Peloton though, the charge was on behind. And as our breakaway group, they would crest the summit, and Vakuli adding another 6 to his tally. There was the attack from Remco behind. You felt, Matt, perhaps that he really wanted to go long in this one with this move. It was a shame that it didn't stick.
It didn't, yeah. I think, you know, there was a difference of kind of objectives coming into today's stage. You had some people who were concentrating on the GC, and then you had other people who were just simply taking it as another stage and an opportunity to win, and that was the right decision. It wasn't hard enough to be a GC day today.
Rui Oliveira led over the top for the penultimate time. Andreas Leknesund put in a big move, the Norwegian national champ. It did look like he kind of gassed himself quite quickly, didn't it? It looked like it did look like a final kilo kind of attack.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, there are certainly teams who headed into this race just concentrating on the stage and would have committed to saying, let that gap go and we'll close it and we'll go for that sprint.
Coming up to the final corner, Romain Grégoire went round the outside, Julien Alaphilippe up the inside. But the two French riders taking first and second. Great finish by them. Zambanini came in to round out the podium. But the day belongs to France. So Romain Grégoire now leads Matthew Brennan by 2 seconds. Julien Alaphilippe now up to fourth. Can Romain Grégoire defend that jersey tomorrow? We have a big stage to come tomorrow as we head to the iconic climb of the Tumble. We go to Wales.
Yeah, let's see the heli. Cycling makes mugs of us all, doesn't it? You've no idea what's about to happen, really, and we made all sorts of predictions. I think the one thing that we didn't really account for was a massive bunch coming to the foot of this climb, and then, well, harem-scarum stuff, and all sorts of different riders in contention. We have Sivakov attacking. We saw all sorts. The sprinters were there, the climbers were there. It was chaotic, wasn't it?
It was, but I think even the riders didn't quite know how today was going to play out, because we saw Remco Evenepoel, didn't we, with a big attack the first time up the Burton Dassett climb, and then I think he realised that difference just wasn't going to be made on the other part of the course, so kind of held himself back there for the final lap. But it all came back together, and we had a big group coming into the bottom of the final climb, and it was more of a drag race, wasn't it, as well, than a real explosive sprint.
Yeah.
But what a ride by Grégoire.
I think you're absolutely right. With the three ascents of the climb were carried out in completely different fashion. It was that middle one. It was the second one where there weren't very big gaps. It was basically one big group with a couple of splits in it that came across, and everybody just went into their shells and took that lead almost from Evenepoel. No, this isn't going to happen on this lap. And after that, it was always going to be a big group, I think, that came to the line together. Curious.
Yeah, I agree. I think after that first lap, that first climb, everyone realised that actually it wasn't going to be a day to try and look for time for GC. It was about the stage, and that's what we saw in the approach then to the second and third lap.
Yeah. Take nothing away from Romain Grégoire. He was not just obviously devastating at the finish line and having to hold off a marauding Julien Alaphilippe, which isn't a straightforward proposition. But even before that, even the first time up Burton Dassett and in other occasions, he was very alert, wasn't he? He was economical, never really attacking, but in marking all the moves. He was very visible towards the front.
It was like he knew what was going to happen, though, wasn't it? He was so patient. He held back all the way until that final climb, where he just timed things to perfection. And it also felt to me that he really studied the climb. He took the outside line, which was a less steep section to go on, and when he went, there was no looking back.
Alaphilippe will take a lot of heart from that performance, the winner of this race in 2018. But let's just rewind a little bit, because this is a little bit further down the climb and before the big attacks start to develop.
Yes, we were really excited at this point, weren't we, with Sam Watson, but I felt he went a little bit too early. It was almost like he found himself on the front too soon and had no opportunity. Remco's in the perfect position, but if you look there, he just looked down at his bike, so I feel at that point he actually had a mechanical. It wasn't to do with legs for Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, you called that instantly, Danny, and I think that's probably a very good shout. Then there was Milan Vada with a marauding attack on the right-hand side. This looked like, well, it's the first of the late attacks that looked like potentially a race-winning move.
Yeah, you can see as well there Julien Alaphilippe on the right-hand side, and this is where Romain just made his move here on the left-hand side, the less steep section, forcing Alaphilippe on the inside. But look at that, there was no looking back, was there? The faster of the two, for sure.
Seeing it out all the way to the line. I guess that last 175, 50 metres must have felt eternally long for Romain Grégoire, but in the end there was a bike length or two separating Alaphilippe from his compatriot, and Grégoire getting a very handsome victory. He's beginning to win quite frequently now, isn't he, Romain Grégoire? We're getting used to it. I think that's win number 3 or 4 for 2025. And again, he's only 22 years of age. He's, you know, almost half a generation younger than Julien Alaphilippe.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, he had a stage win in the Tour de Suisse, didn't he, at the start of the middle of the season. It's his second world. He's had 2 World Tour wins, but he is such a talent from Eastern France, and I think again, you know, this is the very beginning of his career. He is such a talented bike rider.
He is a rider a little bit in the image of Julien Alaphilippe, isn't he? He shares certain characteristics with Alaphilippe, and again, I think he's eminently capable of having a good go at defending that on the tumble tomorrow. Nothing about Romain Grégoire suggests that he's not capable of dealing with the tumble.
No, definitely not. We know with the tumble it's only a 12-minute climb, and I think he is capable of being able to hold on to that lead, and that's what the team will do now. They'll get behind him, and I think again with 2 ascents of the tumble he will have to be patient, and I think the team will do that. There'll be other teams going into it wanting to force things early, but I think for them and the team it's all about following. They're in defence mode now, aren't they? And that's the beauty of being in the lead at this stage. They don't have to play the game of taking the risk.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's exactly where you need to be, isn't it? Get your nose in front, let everyone else do the attacking. The gaps are not particularly substantial in the general classification, and yet they might take a lot of overhauling. We will take a short break, and when we come back we'll have a look at what is undoubtedly going to be the key GC stage of the race when we cross into Wales tomorrow. in this. Yeah. Well, the big crowds up here on top of Burton Dassett beginning to disperse in this lovely sunshine and absorbing what we've just seen, and a reshaped general classification to boot with a new race leader in the shape of Romain Grégoire. Thrilling sprint, but worth reflecting, I think, forward, because we enter the final weekend of this race. We've got the big tumble climb tomorrow. It's going to be tough. It's a double ascent. Let's have a little bit of a closer look at, what is it now, stage 5 tomorrow, isn't it? Stage 5 isn't particularly long at just 133.5 kilometres, but it's going to be tough with over 2,300 metres of climbing. Pontypool hosts a start and the riders get 15 kilometres of warm-up before the categorised climb at Llangwm. There's another Cat 2 climb at Itten Hill and then a Cat 3 at Old Ross Road. The race then passes through Abergavenny and hits the tumble for the first of 2 ascents of the famous climb that averages 8% across its 5 kilometres. After a fast descent back to Pontypool, there's an intermediate sprint at Usk, and then the route takes the riders north to Abergavenny once again, and a summit finish on the tumble. Well, that's the shape of stage 5, but this is the shape of the reworked general classification. Danny, it's very tight still, isn't it?
It is really tight. It really is anyone's game. And I know I'm biased, but tomorrow's stage is really where the tour begins. And I cannot wait, because it's going to be the Queen stage, isn't it? It's where the GC will be really shaped ahead of the final day into Cardiff. It is a really tough day. Arguably, actually, the hardest we've seen, I think, in the Lloyds Tour of Britain men. The 12-minute climb of the tumble tackled twice. Today's climb was around 1.5 minutes in duration, and we didn't see really any time gaps, 2 seconds from the top two. Tomorrow could be completely different, and as you said, that GC is still so tight. So we could see other riders come into the fore, and also very different in terms of the physical attributes needed to excel on a climb like tomorrow. So I think we could see other riders coming into the mix. The likes of Oscar Onley, which a longer climb will definitely suit more than today's stage.
He was never quite in it today, was he, Oscar Onley? The team Picnic Posternel, they weren't quite where they needed to be, and maybe that reflected that he wasn't too confident on this particular stage, but as you say, tomorrow's another day. Yeah,
and today it was like a drag race, wasn't it? 1.5 minute effort is very different to what a 12-minute effort takes on the body. So, you know, he's still all very much to play for him and the team. And also Matt Brennan, you know, he's still in the mix, but now lost that 10-second advantage.
You've lost a little bit of your faith.
I have a little bit, just watching him here on the side of the road, look at his body language and how he was suffering. A climb like today will suit him more than tomorrow's will. So, yeah, let's find out.
And Remco Evenepoel still very much in it.
Yeah, definitely, especially picking up on what I do think was a mechanical there. I think we cannot look into that and think that he hasn't got the legs. Whether this is a training race, I would argue not. I think when Remco comes into a race, it's because he wants to do something in it. We saw that yesterday. We saw him try on that first ascent up Burton Dassett today, and I think we'll see him try again tomorrow. I think we can safely say that Geraint Thomas isn't going to be winning tomorrow, but he's done his last day of racing in England. It's through to Wales tomorrow, isn't it? It's going to be very emotional. He's going to be so excited to be in Wales. I know it's going to mean so much to him and his family and the team, and he'll have so much support on the side of the road. Absolutely. All to play for. Thank you very much, Danny. It is brewing up to be an absolutely thrilling finale in Wales, as over the weekend we bid farewell to Geraint Thomas's career. But today, as we leave England, frankly, it was all about France. Julien Alaphilippe and his young compatriots turning Burton Dassett, frankly, into a Romain road.